forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye.
Moving, walking, I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat, then it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that they got me here. Whoa. I'm 10 feet ahead of you. Catch me is something you'll never do. I turn around.
It's down and now Wall Street bets the go calls being made as they straight up.
It's incredible. It's how it feels at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final two men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look in my eyes.
One singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in a boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, that'll be huge for elimination points, I think. It's about that time. Here we are, the final day of the first phase here of the PMPL North America 2022. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I hope you guys are ready for a great show today, of course. This show couldn't be done possible without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Guys, make sure that you're keeping up to date with all the socials. Make sure you're following that Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Every single time you want to interact with us, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. All the big dogs see it. So if you want to get your voice heard, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. First, of course, let's bring it on the desk. Let's get this show on the road. I'm going to start off with my good old-fashioned friend, Seven Worlds Gaming. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you doing?
Bro, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. And I'm ready to see which squad is going to be up on top here. So far, APHELION, they got a heck of a head start, you know? And now it's just see if they can hold on here and get those big bonus points. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure once we see that overall, we're going to be able to get a big layout on how everything is currently working out. Because remember, today, we do have an extra match at the end of the day. This is when the new format is going to come into play, and it's going to be very interesting. Livik and only the top 12 teams will get a chance to play that. So it's gonna be spicy, and there's a lot of teams that might not be able to cut it, Hot Jukes.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It's gonna be really tough because that top 12 is gonna matter, like you mentioned, to get those bonus points. Remember, everybody, that's what the whole point of these phases are for. Back in the day, it was about getting to that super weekend. Now, it's about getting some points guaranteed in the finals. Got my boy Sandstorm here. What's up? Welcome on in. Coach, how you doing?
I'm excited. Sorry about the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but we're back. We're here. We're ready. It's day 5. Let's get it.
Let's get it. All right, let's start off with the overall leaderboards. Let's see where all these squads have landed after a few days of gameplay here. And you can see APHELION Esports all the way up top. The Knights have stormed their way all the way from the bottom with the most ridiculously bad start I could have possibly imagined, and have come back big time here. Sandstorm.
Yeah, that start was a little bit rough when we're looking at the nights. You're talking about day 1, day 2. They managed to get 18 points on the first day, 11 only on the second day, but they did manage to fix it within the last 2 days. 68 in day 3 and 86 points on day 4. And now the gap is only 52 points between them and APHELION Esports, who are still sitting with 6 winner chicken dinners so far. And when I'm looking at APHELION, I mean, look, they have bad days, right? They have bad games, but their bad games, their bad days are still better than some of the teams' best days that we've seen so far in the tournament. Their lowest that they ever got in one day was 33 points. So it's still going to be quite a big contest and quite a big challenge for these teams if they want to take that first place spot. But, you know, we have that 6th map at the end of the day. So who knows? We might be in for a little bit of a surprise. But going down towards the rest of the teams here, looking towards Panthers, for example, these guys, they started off really, really strong. They were always right on the tail of APHELION. But within the last 2 days, I'm not sure what happened. They only managed to secure around 36 points throughout 2 days. So that definitely needs to change if they want to get a little bit higher and I guess have a better chance of getting more points as well in Livic towards the end of the day. But we do have to look towards that second page of the overall ranking here, Seven. And there are a couple of teams that catch my eye at the moment, but I want to get your opinion. Who are we looking for here when we're looking at this page?
I mean, there's currently so many teams that are going to be surprising us, right? THIRDEYE was one of the teams that at one point they were in the top 3. They have fallen off in a big way. We saw HIA yesterday actually being able to put up some great elims and have some great matches. Hopefully today they will continue on that trend. But I also want to see who's currently between 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, because those are the teams, if they want to make anything happen, they're going to have to make it pretty soon. Because remember, I said it earlier, top 12 teams are the only teams that are going to be able to play on that Livic, and you are going to be still getting points that are going to matter for this overall ranking. And this overall ranking, at the end of the day, will base on those bonus points. You can see there the hit list, Angry Amateurs, 4Bros, and Most Wanted. We really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of these teams besides other teams just fully eliminating them. Hopefully today will be able to be that day where they're able to spark it up in a big way, because they're going to have to catch up, and they're going to have to catch up in a big way, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're going to catch up massively. To be honest with you, I've always said this, you know, when you're as a competitor here, when you're that low on the leaderboard, your team name changes from whatever it was to free points, okay? And you don't want that name. You do not want that team name, because squads are going to hunt you down and look to get those extra points, especially with this new format. Every point counts. Every single team should be hunting everybody down, getting as much points as possible, because that is how it matters. And speaking of points, Seven, I know that you were, you know, doing some math in the background. You know, we got a nice bubble graphic. For everybody who doesn't know, Seven loves to blow bubbles on the weekend in the fields. He does that.
Bro, how you know? How you know? That was between you and me. Come on, man. But ladies and gentlemen, the bubble graphic, the hunting of top 12 teams. Now, we did take a guess that to get within the top 12, you are going to have at least 135 points. And you can see Dope Esports is currently 26 points away from that. And this is the reason why I really wasn't touching much on these teams on that overall, because I wanted to get a chance to talk about them here on this graphic. Now, if we go down a little bit more, Execute, Korean Barbecue Lovers, THIRDEYE, and Dope Esports, I think these teams could possibly do this within one game, and that's me being super hopeful. So keep in mind that 135 is just an estimate, all right? It's not set in stone. Now, MEZEXIS Esports, we were able to see a little bit of better stuff yesterday from them at the beginning of the day. At the end of the day, they ended up with a 15th place, 0 elims, 15th place, 2 elims. So MEZEXIS is not having the best of starts. Now, for some of these teams, and I'm going to be looking at back-to-back, you're going to have to average. You're going to be playing 4 games today. You're going to have to average at least 10.5 points per game. Now, you might be thinking, yeah, Seven, I think that's doable. I think these teams might be able to do that. Let me put some things into perspective. Back-to-back in the past 2 days, in 8 matches, has only been able to put up 15 points. That is 1.8 points a match. So a lot of these teams really need to step it up in a big way, and it has to do a lot with the first match too, because remember, teams like back-to-back, and you might be wondering why I'm talking about them so much, they're the reigning back-to-back champions out of NA. I'm going to be surprised if we don't see them on the top 12 trying to squeeze those extra bonus points, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, and we have seen so many of these tournaments decided by one single point. So to get those additional bonus points, it could be the difference, right? From glory or going home. And for our back-to-back champions to have this kind of start with this new format, there's honestly, there's no excuse. Come on, back-to-back. You could do it. We believe in you. Now, let's talk about the squads that did perform, right? That came out the gate swinging. Well, that was APHELION Esports, okay? Now, the squad that finally started swinging was the Knights, you know? The Knights came in nice in a good spot, but you know what the squad that I really want to talk about? Korean barbecue lovers, okay? Korean barbecue lovers, because they have a whole new roster here. They got the legendary Joey on their squad, and I would like to see where their player stats have lined up here, Sandstorm. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look at Korean barbecue lovers now. These guys, they managed to put up some good numbers like we've seen in yesterday's games. They managed to get a game with 19 points, another with 23. So they were stepping it up a little bit throughout yesterday. But the problem is when we look at day 1, 2, and 3, and like we said, consistency is key. These guys didn't really perform all together at the same time. You always had like maybe one player showing up in a game or two, getting a couple of elimination points here and there, but day 4 was definitely a game changer for them, and they need to keep up with that performance in today's games if they want to keep their spot in the top 12, because like we've seen before with that graphic, realistically, top 9 teams are safe. The way I'm seeing it, top 9 teams are safe. There's only 3 spots that I believe the teams are going to be fighting for. MEZEXIS, Execute, Star Gaming, and of course, back-to-back. You guys are going to have to show up. But, I mean, Korean barbecue lovers, Joey, look at your stats on their own. 444 average damage throughout all of the days as well. So that's pretty good for them, but they need to show up all together today if they want to save that spot, Hot Jukes. And the question is, are they going to be able to do it? Is the consistency going to be there? Or are we in for a lot of surprises in the last day of the first week here for PMPL North America?
Woo-wee! 7. Joey? Better than Acer and Sam combined? Numbers don't lie. Is it confirmed?
I mean, numbers don't lie, but Acer are reigning MVP of the NA era too?
Step down, dude. Step down,
hey,
bro.
Maybe
there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Joey, baby. His name's Joey.
But in a way, that might work in a good way, right? Acer might see those stats and might be like, hey, I need to step it up. I need to step it up. I need to show people what I'm about. So it could end up benefiting barbecue lovers even more.
He gets it. He gets a little reverse psychology. Come on, Acer. We know what you could do, man. Show it to us. Show it to us. Let's go ahead and talk about APHELION Esports and the Knights. I was talking about them a little bit earlier. Now I think it's time to really, really take a look at these two squads, because the Knights had an insane performance yesterday. I cannot believe that they caught up by over 40.7.
Yeah, an insane amount. And I mean, this is the stats from yesterday alone. 2100 damage, average placement 3. All right, and then we go down to the Illims, being able to get for the Knights 11.5. Now, if we go opposite, right, if we go to APHELION Esports, they actually still had a good day. Not as good of a day on day 3 when we saw them getting all those chicken dinners, but APHELION Esports has been able to put up numbers. Now, the main storyline for today is, can Knights actually hunt down APHELION Esports? Well, guess what? Yesterday, I heard Sute and Span Cargo talking about the analysts are the ones that do math. And luckily for me, I have a dad that's an accountant. So I give him a call and I said, Dad, let's do some math. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the Pittsburgh Knights are going to need to do today to be able to pass APHELION Esports on that overall leaderboard after 5 matches. Now, you mentioned it perfectly. Yesterday, they closed that lead within 40, right? APHELION Esports ended up with 40 points. Pittsburgh Knights in one day ended up with 86 points. For Knights to be able to actually pass APHELION Esports, they need to average 10.6 or up to 11 points more per game than APHELION Esports. Now, a lot of people currently hearing that number, wow, 10 points, that's a lot. Yeah, that's usually the case. But based on the stats from yesterday, I mean, Knights was able to average 11.5 points and more than APHELION Esports. So, ladies and gentlemen, what might seem impossible at one point might be looking possible, Hot Jukes.
Hey, it's possible, but is it probable? All right, that's the real big question, because what the Knights did yesterday was absolute insanity. And you're right. I mean, it's so crazy. Looking at the APHELION Esports stats there, average play 6, you know, almost 4 eliminations. That's a whole squad wipe. That's serious numbers to put up in a tournament like that. And the fact that they still did that, and the Knights did 40 more points than they did in 4 games. That's absolute craziness. Absolute craziness. 7, are we going to see a performance like that today? Do you think? You said it's not,
I think
possible?
you know what? I think it comes down to one main thing, especially for Knights. It's Coops gonna be able to perform the way he has been able to perform in the past 2 days. I mean, day 3, he was able to put up 17 illims. Yesterday, he was able to put up 22 illims. Like, that is just absurd numbers. We saw what he was able to do in Sandhawk too. We saw what he's been able to do. And the other question mark becomes, can Trick show up the performance that we've been seeing out of them? Because these 2 players are currently in a head-to-head, I mean, for the MVP race. Trick, though, yesterday he did, and this is crazy that I'm saying this, Sandstorm and Hot Jukes, but Trick kind of fell off a tiny bit by only getting 10 illims. And that's why I say that's crazy, because that's still a good number. But when you compare it to Coop's 22, it makes it seem like nothing. Now, one thing I would like to see is not just Trick. Yesterday, I think one of the main reasons why they had such a fall off is because Nate from APHELION Esports had a bad day. This was a player that at the beginning of yesterday, he was within the top 3 players for the whole tournament. Yesterday alone, he only ended up getting just 1 illim. So we need to see a lot more, not just from Trick, from all the players of APHELION Esports, for them to have a chance to just continue to stay at the top. And I mean, same thing with Knights, right? We just don't want to be able to see Coops perform. We have been seeing Specs, Xenox, and Tensa starting to perform as well. It's going to be interesting. What do you think, Sandstorm? Do you think Knights might have it in them to actually pass APHELION Esports?
I mean, considering the momentum that they've been building the past 2 days, I think it might be. I think not only is it probable, I think it's likely. I believe in the Pittsburgh Knights. I believe in Coops and his performance, and I think that he's going to be able to lead his team into that first place spot. And again, just because we have that extra map, they're guaranteed to be in that Livic map. Yes, we know that the point system is going to be a little bit different. Don't worry, we'll touch on that later, but I think it's possible. I think I'm all aboard the Coops hype train. I'm all aboard the Knights hype train. Hot Jukes. I think we're gonna see a big surprise at the end of the day.
Well, choo-choo. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the participating teams and see which squad's going to be fighting out here in the first match. And again, you know, let me tell you guys the overarching story here, all right? And in the big scheme of things, we're looking at the global stage. We're looking at the future stages even past this, okay? Let me tell you right now, APHELION Esports with their lead, if this was in the international stage, whichever team that is, they're not losing that lead. Never. Right? And Knights are trying to prove if they are the best in NA like they've seen. So it's going to be able to see which one is going to be which here. Because like you mentioned, kind of having a bad day. You can't just have a good day. You can't just have a great day. You have to have an insane day when it comes to those international squads. Okay, so that's what we're expecting to see here. We only demand the absolute greatness. Take a look at the schedule here. Starting off in Miramar. You see, Sandstorm's got them shades locked and loaded. What do you think about that, Seven?
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned the international thing, and that kind of put me into a thought here between Knights as well. They had those 2 bad days, right? But they were able to recover, and I think it's because they are currently in NA. They are currently in their comfort zone. If that was to happen in international, it's a completely different story. You might not be able to get back into it like they've been able to do it here. So hopefully it's something that they could definitely learn from, because we've seen it in the past from them. This is not the first time.
And if you guys talk to us, tell us what you think about that. Tell us which teams do you think are going to be able to make it happen internationally as we look towards the future. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA every time you're talking to it. Where's Seven go? Where's Seven go? Oh, hey! He is up. He is running. I'm going to put on the hand shades, baby, as we get this show on the road. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Sandstorm. We're going to go ahead and take it on over. Span to Span and Zute.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. We are here on the final day of the first week of PMPL North America. And for me, there's 2 big storylines to look out for. There's the Knights versus APHELION. And also, there's that fight for the top 12, because the the final match today will be on Livic, and it's going to be the top 12 that will be making it
Yeah.
into that bonus match.
Woo! Livic, I'm actually so excited. It's going to happen every single Sunday, and today it's going to be the first one. And, you know, we haven't seen a competitive match on that just yet. So I don't know, at least for me, I'm hype. But we got to wait for 5 whole games before we're going to be able to see that.
We did see some of Livic being played in PMWI, and all I
True.
gotta say, it's hectic. Like, if you think Sandhawk was a little hectic, Livic is a whole nother beast. But I mean, like, with such a small map, that's why it's downsized to 12 teams versus like 16, which is why they want to be in the top 12 by the end of today, because only after the Livic match is played will the bonus points be calculated and distributed for week number 1. And then going into week number 2, it resets. The bonus points will carry into the grand finals, but each week the points will reset to give another team a chance, you know, to get that first place for week number 2 or week number 3 of those bonus points.
Oh boy, a lot to think about with this new format, and these guys definitely keeping it in their heads. As of right now, right around that cusp, Korean Barbecue Lovers is in that 12th place spot, and Execute is 1 point behind them. So there's actually very few points below that from where Korean Barbecue Lovers is. I know this has already been touched on, but just have to stress it again that every single match that these guys are going to be playing today, all 4 matches that they're in, they're really going to have to try and not only just get the amount of points that they've been consistently grabbing, but even more so because they need to start really overtaking if they're hoping to get in this last match. Here's some early action here. Aleski taking some shots towards, oh no. Oh no. It's APHELION. They got the knock at a 1, but instantly the trade goes back. It does look like Zuki will be getting rezzed, and Clown immediately going for the flush. I don't know where the rest of Dope's team is. I think they have a pretty big split kind of happening here, where the rest are a little bit too far away to help out over that mountain.
I think he knocked the one none of them had guns, it looked like, out of the APHELION Esports, except for the one person that he didn't knock. That was so unfortunate. No. Like, at first glance, I thought both of those players running wide in the open didn't have any weapons. And so, I mean, he was pretty disciplined with that peek too, but immediately, just Nate just answered right back, shots on point, and you heard Seven mention it just earlier. Nate yesterday only managed, I think he said 1 elimination, and that's why APHELION Esports, I'm not even going to say they had a bad performance. APHELION Esports actually did pretty decent. It's just that the Knights did so well that it made APHELION Esports performance look not good. In all reality, APHELION Esports had a decent day. The Knights just did something completely, you know, obscene. But anyways, I was about to say, it's looking good for the Knights because, you know, I thought he was going to get at least 2 players running wide in the open, but instead, APHELION Esports pick up 1, and Nate's already done enough eliminations that he did the entirety of yesterday, so safe to say Nate's off to a really good start.
Yeah, it's only up from here. So maybe APHELION, they might be upping their game today. And the Knights, I mean, can they really up their game any more than their performance yesterday? I am curious to see if they're going to be able to continue that and maybe even catch up to APHELION in today's games. Because wouldn't that be a huge upset? But it's still going to take a lot of time and a lot of, I don't even know what to say about it. What is that word I'm looking for? A lot of control, maybe, for them to go ahead and really catch up any more than they are right now.
Yeah, like you said, it can only go up for APHELION Esports from here on out. And I don't think the Knights, I mean, every time I see the Knights do something crazy, I want to say, like, I don't think they could top it, but they'll play something close.
Yeah.
But each day, like, it was day number 3, the Knights started showing signs of life. They had a huge comeback and Coops popped off, and I was like, you know, like, the Knights are looking really good. They're back in form. And I didn't think they'd do even better. But we saw yesterday, Coops, in 1 game, on that Sandhawk game, he had 10 eliminations by himself in 1 singular Sandhawk game. And then Knights yesterday had an even bigger day. APHELION Esports had a 75-point lead at 1 point. And I was pretty much already said, okay, Knights, you know, they're doing really good, but they'll probably end up second. The gap is way too big. And then after that very last match with Sandhawk, I'm coming into today, it's like, oh, wait a second. This is actually really, really doable.
Yeah, I mean, it could be doable if they played as insanely as they did yesterday. APHELION is playing today as well, though, of course, and they're in the same group, so I don't know. I feel like it'll be a huge challenge. Like, if they do it, it's going to be absolutely insane. I think they're just going to get close. I'm also really interested to see right below APHELION and Knights, though, who's going to be grabbing up that 3rd, 4th, and 5th kind of slot, because Nova, Panthers, Ace of Spades, WALLSTREETBETS finding their way on up there now. They've all been flopping all around back and forth across that leaderboard, and I really want to see where they're going to end off, because obviously at this point, those bonus points do matter into the future.
Yeah, now that we're nearing the conclusion of, who's getting the first week of bonus points and how much, I almost want to say I wish, first place got a little bit more, because it goes from 20 straight down to 19 to 18 to 17 to 16. So first place almost feels like, oh, you just get one more point, right? I feel like if you can end up first place, they should deserve like a little bit more of a boost. Like maybe first place, in my opinion, they got 25. And second place got 20, and then it goes down to like 18, 17, 16, 15, and so on. I don't know, but it's just like we're stressing like that first place so much, because first place, hey, if you're not first, you're last, right? But here, first place is only just one more point than second, and second's only one more point than third. But I guess they want to keep it that way, so once we head into the finals, it's not like a crazy point spread, and everyone still pretty much has a chance as long as they did decent going into the finals. So, I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing this point format here out of North America. So it's curious to see how it'll play out like two to 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, no, those are good thoughts, like for sure. The only thing that I really can compare it to is another PUBG format. I think, yeah, it's another PUBG format where from first to second, they had like, it was like 3 or 4 more points for placement points. And that was determined like too much, and now they're even thinking about decreasing that gap. So
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they decreased it by a lot in this format, obviously a singular point. I'm wondering if maybe that's too much of a decrease, like if they're trying to all learn from each other in the different formats. That's my only thought of why maybe they're just trying out the one, but I totally agree. I feel like if you try so hard to get first for that one singular extra point, like why not 2, like that feels way more worth it to me.
Yeah, but maybe, at the end of the day, you're fighting for pride, right? You're able to say you came in first, and that's a reward in of its own. And honestly, what the fact that PUBG Mobile, such a dynamic game. I mean, we have 16 teams competing at a singular time each map, and there's a total of 20 teams. It just goes to show, like, not only is the game itself super dynamic in so many factors, even the point system, the ways you can alter it, and it's like a month-long competition, right? It's just, honestly, that's probably my biggest reason as to why I love PUBG Mobile so much. It's just, there's so much you can do with it, even from a tournament organization standpoint.
Exactly. I totally agree. Sorry, I spaced out there. First, for a second, I was just watching everybody up on top of the roofs, kind of waiting on this rotation, because this is an interesting zone shift in that no matter where the second zone goes, it's going to be difficult for a lot of rotations. And there it goes. Yeah, even further on over towards that western side, we already have back-to-back super spread out, basically in the center of this road here. Only J7 across the road. Everybody else is on the eastern side, and this is going to be a harsh rotation because look how many people are up on the northeastern side. I was just taking a look at that, and I don't think everybody's going to survive into this next zone.
Definitely not. And this is a great circle for back-to-back, too. I love seeing how split they're playing. It goes to show that they're still playing confident. Like, they dropped all the way down to 16th place, I think. That is a huge fall off. But coming into the final day, we're not seeing them like playing all clumped up together, playing super passive, super scared. You called it out. They had a huge split going on. So it all comes down to how are they going to adapt to this circle. This circle does favor them quite hugely. We saw the other day, the Knights, they continued to play super split even on Sandhawk, and we saw how well that worked out for them as long as they executed everything properly, right? So same thing with back-to-back. they could play super split still, continue that kind of same play style that the Knights was doing yesterday, pick up stragglers, pick up rotators, stack up those elim points to break into the top 12, especially with them getting such a huge circle bless here. So all the other teams, though, they really got to make their way in. And the Panthers, just like I called it out, playing super split, J-Way by himself, able to pick up a point right there. So looking really good. The teammate closest to J-Way is about like 400 meters away. So he's got to be a little bit careful, but he can't be too passive at the same time, right? So it's like a balance that they really got to play. That's why playing split requires super high individual skill level and awareness of when to peak, how to peak, and just how much you could really handle on your own.
Back to the fundamentals, the word that you used yesterday that I could not think of whatsoever. I actually like this. Everybody on back-to-back kind of having to be in charge of themselves for right now. The only thing I'm worried about is, you've even said, I mean, this is just how the Panthers have been for a while. They're so aggressive. So if they somehow identify that J-Way's the only person there, as of right now, they've only heard one gun be shot from that location. I'm just a little nervous that they're going to go for it, and then J-Way's going to be wiped off, and in fact, it's going to be down to 3. However, this super early on in the game, they only heard one set of bullets. There didn't need to be any more. Hopefully nothing else happens. Of course, here we go. The first fight happens. I thought that not everybody was going to make it inside the zone. Looks like WALLSTREETBETS and the HITLIST are going to decide who that first team out officially is going to be. Nice nade coming through from Drake. Looks like it's only going to do a tiny bit of damage onto WALLSTREETBETS. And it looks like the HITLIST, I'm a little bit nervous for them because they're actually in a huge split. There's only 2 of them here. The other 2 are so far down to the southern side on a big road here. WALLSTREETBETS have the upper hand.
Now, WALLSTREETBETS definitely had the upper hand. We saw yesterday WALLSTREETBETS was playing on fire. They were doing so well in so many numerous engagements. If they keep that momentum up coming into today, it's not looking good for the HITLIST, but they are stalling out long enough for their teammates to slowly rotate back up. You see it right there as the minimap is brought up. Flash and his teammate right there coming to support. It will come down to even 4v4. THIRDEYE, though, coming back or coming in the distance behind them. Potential third party as the circle shifts further down south.
Big
and
nade.
that split by back-to-back looking really strong. And that big nade does hit. A good start for the HITLIST.
Oh boy, and the rest of them are arriving too, which is so good for the HITLIST. Unfortunately, Drake does go down, so it looks like a little bit of a trade happened. 24K already getting the res onto Skipper, so WALLSTREETBETS is about to be strong again, and G-Woon's getting the flush onto one of the HITLIST, so that is going to be an irreparable damage to the HITLIST's numbers. But Jet-G, the couple that have come up here a little bit late, might be able to surprise this and bring it back. Unfortunately, it does look like a Molotov, hopefully set to get G-Woon, will get the flush into their own teammate. And now it's just a bunch of Molotovs, actually. Lots of utility to try and find out the next person. The HITLIST, Arsh goes down. This is not looking good. The only 2 members of the HITLIST left are the 2 that came here late. They don't even know where all of WALLSTREETBETS are, and WALLSTREETBETS are going for the huge push here now.
Oh, it's a huge push. Good knock right there, all down to Jet-G, and he's 1 HP, gets the first aid off. I think it's done. It's pretty much done. Maybe knock 1, not even 1, and that's WALLSTREETBETS. The nade use, the util use on point. The first nade,
So good.
trade back and forth, but the second one really did it in, and they also managed to get that revive, unlike the side of the HITLIST. So WALLSTREETBETS continuing to look just as strong as they did yesterday in terms of team fight and aggression, but the zone is far south of them. It has shifted away, and all we pretty much got left are high ground areas to play in. Ace of Spades coming into the backside of Most Wanted as Most Wanted is trying to rotate further into the zone. APHELION, Nate just took a little crash out of his car. Hopefully he'll be okay. APHELION's also rotating in extremely late, and the Knights picking up points like they always do.
You're right, like they always do. It looks like Most Wanted are just inside the zone, and the Knights just to the northern side of them are going to try to pick up some points off of that. Honestly, there's a lot of people that were trying to make their rotation down there to the southern side. Huge shots coming through from Xenox, getting the knock on Alucard as well. And there's a couple people making their rotation to their north as well. So the Knights, probably purposely, ended up staying on the edge of this zone just to wait for everybody to make their rotation. They're definitely leading in eliminations right now from all the teams, especially when just compared to themselves and their own placement points. So they're going to play edge and hope to get those people that are on their rotation. Of course, APHELION is one of those just on the northern side. We can see they're actually in their own engagement. WALLSTREETBETS just came at it from a huge success up to the northern side, but now going against the top team. Let's see how they're going to go. Rewoon unfortunately goes down. Nate gets that. Knock Nate's starting to make the push. The blue zone's overtaking them too. So 24K trying to get the heal off. He's going to take so much damage that their push comes through. The knock and flush gets confirmed. And there's a couple of members left, but they're both on the other side of the road. Skipper! No way! Unfortunately goes down to the zone.
Yeah, Skipper got tagged up heavy, and man, this is such a close fight. It's a really good one too. WALLSTREETBETS are showing they're a dominant team when it comes to those team fights, and they managed to take down one player of APHELION Esports. We don't really see them in a hard 4v4 too often. They mainly play for the position and good management. But APHELION, they're proving right now they can handle a 4v4 with one of the stronger teams. And yeah, I don't know if they'll confirm that point.
They didn't.
No, yeah, it went down to play zone. And the next zone did shift out. It goes back up north. So kind of a reprieve for APHELION Esports. They don't have to travel up to the high ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Execute, 2 points. This is another team that really needs that top 12 right now. They're getting into a fight with Star Gaming. Star Gaming, a team that we haven't really seen too much of, but we're seeing them now. They're taking it to Execute. Execute not looking in a good spot. Only 2 players left. We do have Jason, though. Nope, Jason goes down. 4v1. It's all down to, I believe that's Fate. I don't think he can do much from here.
Oh man, these angles are so hard too. Do you see how sharp that peak is for them? Looks like Star Gaming will be the successors on that one. Execute officially eliminated on that. And all they have to do, they're in a pretty good spot here. All they have to do is continue to follow this hill straight into this next zone. The next closest person is Angry Amateurs all the way to the north. There's nobody up here on top of the hill with them. So if they get in there fast enough and spread along that entire hill there, they could be in charge of a lot of upper terrain territory for themselves. That's be a great space to hold on to for a while. Nobody's going to try and really make their rotation up there unless they go from the north or south too. So that's also pretty safe for them to find.
Yeah, this also could be a huge game for the Knights right now because APHELION Esports is just down to 1 player. They only have 3 elimination points. And the Knights have a total of 4. Now, the Knights are having to move into a really difficult position. I'm looking at the minimap right now. They're going to be sandwiched between Nova and the Chosen. The Chosen's going to be taking a fight right now here, though, with HQA on your screen. So the Knights just have to worry about the Nova team. But it's going to be tough as Ren takes down Tensa. The Knights could end up losing a lot of players as well here, just like APHELION Esports. But this fight between the Chosen and HQA, the Uto is still flying out. No knocks yet as Ban with the UMP does not connect.
Yeah, this is what happens, right? If you're playing on the edge, there's a chance that the zone is going to shift and the majority of people are going to be on your side, so there's not going to be as much space to play on the edge of the next zone. Looks like they are safe for now. Looks like they're spreading around Nova, but meanwhile, the Chosen and HQA, I like that the Chosen has this little upper bit against HQA. Looks like Opa's going to take advantage of that, get a nice knock onto one of them inside of this little garage here, and the full-on crash comes through. The Chosen, this was a team I really wanted to see yesterday start really popping up because they've been doing well, right? But unfortunately yesterday they were a little bit quiet. So this big fight with HQA already getting some confirmed elimination points. This could be a good start for them in this first match here. There's only a couple more members of HQA left right in front of them that they need to go and clear out before they're getting any further from this compound though.
Yeah, and this is on the edge of zone, but if they take this, they're in a good spot because this little bowl has ridges all around that gives them sight lines for the next circle shift, and its circle goes straight into the middle of the road. There's like almost no cover there. This one's going to be really hectic. Back to back, still looking really strong right now with 4 members still alive and continuing to play split. Here on the other side of things, I was saying it, Nova's going to put up a really tough fight against the Knights. It's all down to Spec, it seems like. Spec in a 1v3 situation, not able to clean that one out. And Nova, I mean, when Nova gets the zone, they have a strong control over it. And not even the Knights could break through that one. Nova doing a really classic Nova job, putting everyone out. The Chosen finishes up their fight in a good time too, because the circle is going to start closing in just 5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and the fight is not over for them. They have back-to-back in front of them. The last member of Dope here as well, if they end up running into him. My heart is pounding for Fishy right here. He is playing the ultimate game of hide and seek in this situation, hearing back-to-back run around all beside him, but he cannot move just yet. Just a lot of control, you know? You gotta be confident in your little spot here. Honestly, the only people that could really see him is where angry amateurs are, I feel like, all the way across the map up on top of the hill. But back to back, they're slowly getting their rests back up, and they got to. They're super split right now, but Nova's coming, and shortly so should the Chosen. So, oh
There we
no!
go.
The rest was successful, but they both get knocked immediately. Rin does get knocked back here, but the rest of back to back, I don't know if they're close enough. Looks like Polo G's gonna go for it anyway, though.
I think Nova's getting third party from distance a little bit. Yeah, I think it was the Panthers who managed to get a somewhat of an angle. So Nova's push will slow down. There'll be a 3-man after they get that revive. Koi and Polo engaging in a 1v1 right now. Koi getting shot up by Jayway, I believe, covering fire. So it's not all done yet for back-to-back, but they are getting third party as well, as Polo's having to fall back. And you see the Chosen coming in as a 4-man after they clean up that fight with HUA. Perfect timing for them. Well, I thought this was going to be a back-to-back versus Nova fight, but instead it might be the Chosen coming in to take them both out, because Nova's still not in zone. They still got to push in regardless of how many players are still up from back-to-back.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them because they have to get over this hill, right? If they decide to go back down the other side of the hill, it's going to take them a little bit longer to get inside the zone, and it's very much open. Like, all of the Panthers will see them, so they're definitely stuck as of right now on the very tippy top of this mountain. Look how many smokes are now out. As they're starting to run down the hill, they decided that force back-to-back is the safest route, but the Chosen have decided to make their push at the same time. Kindness, he tries going down with the buggy, but he gets knocked. Total carnage as of right now. Fancy also getting involved, hoping to confirm some of those knocks that he definitely saw in the elimination feed. Opa getting that high ground. Nice knock there onto yet another member of Nova. That means only one left, hiding inside of the smoke, but he does eventually get taken out. So Nova does get eliminated back to back. Super hurt, only 2 of them left, it looks like. In the Chosen, they're determined to get rid of them. Looks like one of them does get knocked, but Opa at half HP. He's going for it. He actually gets knocked too! This could be huge for back-to-back at 1 HP, but unfortunately, just a little too low. Sup Pig is going to be able to save that.
And that was a close engagement. Oh, no, that was actually the Panthers. Chico that got that one. What a cheeky angle by Fishy, though. I think Fishy knows it's a 1v1. He's going to try and engage this. The Chosen put in so much damage, but honestly, back-to-back, answer back more than I expected, because we saw the Chosen running in with 4. Now they're down to 1. And this game could entirely go to a different team now. Taking a look at things, THIRDEYE, by the way, has hardcover in the zone, and they have 4 players still up. So in the midst of all this chaos, another team is just, you know, surviving it all, and they might be the winners here instead. The Panthers doing good work, though, picking up 5 eliminations with only 2 players up. Everyone's got to move from here, though. The Panthers, Fishy, and the last player of the Chosen. I don't know if the Panthers can make it down here wide in the open. There's not much cover to be had.
Yeah, this zone, hard shifting over to the western side, definitely made it that all those teams on the east are just going to struggle bus all the way into the end. It looks like nobody is going to be successful out of it. It does look like Star was also in a really good place too. They decided to spread out like we were hoping, but in a really interesting way, more horizontal, and it looks like 2 of them will be eliminated because of that. Only Brian left. Chosen will go down to that solo finally being found out. The Panthers honestly aren't looking too bad as of right now. They have a little bit of cover, a little ridge there, but the Chosen, I mean, THIRDEYE. Where?
APHELION's still alive.
Nate is still up. You're right.
No,
I'm actually
Nate
surprised by that.
Yeah, Nate was a solo when the Knights had 4, because I called it out way earlier, and Nate somehow just gets it done. I thought this was the Knights game to really close that gap, but APHELION Esports, they just don't go down. But who is going down here is Angry Amateurs and THIRDEYE. They're burning up in the building, but THIRDEYE still has 4, and Angry Amateurs just down to the last player of Mayo. He is going to potentially get this revive, unless if they push aggressively. But with THIRDEYE having 4, I think they're just going to hold this angle and wait for that zone to push the Angry Amateurs out into the sightlines of their waiting guns.
Yeah, just a little bit safer. Just let the blue zone do its job. I mean, sometimes that's the smartest choice. Looks like Mayo's starting to make the push down the stairs as well. They know that this now or never, but it does still look like THIRDEYE will get those eliminations. They did get the knock into one of them, but the res will be sure happen soon. And the zone actually doesn't shift towards them. They are not going to be happy about that. THIRDEYE is currently the only team with all 4 members up after to get that res, and they're the ones that are going to have to move into the complete and utter open. This could be Panthers, a duo, or a solo Star Gaming, APHELION, Dopes kind of game. We'll have to see. Right now, it's definitely solo on solo violence. Oh, as Nate gets found out.
Yeah, Fishy still alive too. Fishy found Nate. This could have been an even bigger game for APHELION because the zone did shift that way. He potentially could have secured a 2nd place, but I think it's pretty much done for everyone else. I mean, you have scraps of Star Gaming, Dope, and the Panthers, and then you have a full team of THIRDEYE that's also in zone with clear sight lines on this wide open crossing. It should be done and dusted for everyone else. Maybe some knocks will come through here and there, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Question is, who's going to secure 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now?
I'm actually really impressed by Fishy because he's been a solo for Dope for a while now, and he's still alive. Looks like he does have a really tough position here now. You can see that he's running through that smoke, and because of that, it's actually going to be peaceful to get that final elimination. And I think this is still THIRDEYE's game. It doesn't even matter that they're outside of this zone. Everybody else just has 0 cover. They just have to sit and look out the windows and wait. Wow.
Oh, man. Star Gaming, they will secure 2nd place.
No.
Brian did have a few first aid kits, so he managed to outlast the Panthers, and that's THIRDEYE taking a victory. Now, we saw in day 1 and day 2, THIRDEYE was a team we kind of had our eyes on, and ever since then, they just kept slipping down, similar to back-to-back. But this is their day, I guess, to kind of, you know, make a statement and say, hey, we're still here. Having that zone definitely did help. Having the only hard compound in that last final circle also helped out. Not to mention everybody, the heavy hitters. We saw Knights and Nova engaged, and we saw the Panthers coming in from behind, the Chosen. That eastern side span was an absolutely mess for all of the heavy hitting teams, and they all pretty much took out each other.
They really did, and honestly, THIRDEYE, they needed that because they were in the 11th place spot, so if they're hoping to continue to stay inside of those 12 placements to play in the last match day on Livik, they needed that win, so it looks like they're going to get some padding out of this first match.
And I do believe we have some highlights lined up for you guys, so we'll be right back shortly. Hold on. I think, yeah, we are cutting to the highlights, and we'll be back with a short break in the highlights and the analyst desk to break down that game number 1.
THIRDEYE, there they are. We've been wondering where they went, and it looks like they finally showed up here on the last day here of the first phase. Nice chicken dinner that we like to see right there. Of course, let's go ahead and take it on over to the match ranking, see how that one all lined up. Let's not mess around here. Let's not mess around because you know what? These players, these teams have not been messing around at all, Seven.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to remember, these teams, especially the top 2, are some of the teams that we're talking about when we're showing that bubble graphic and saying those are the teams that really need to start off a day great. And THIRDEYE was able to do that, 21 points. Don't worry, we will be getting a chance to talk more about THIRDEYE and Star Gaming. We have special graphics just for them. But then, guess what, boys? The Panthers are finally back. The Panthers decided to show up. No more of those just 5 to 4 points that we were seeing yesterday pretty much throughout the whole day. They showed up in a big way. 17 points for them. That's going to be huge. And APHELION Esports, if we're seeing something here, I don't see Knights anywhere on this first page. Knights is going to be on that page. APHELION Esports being able to outscore Knights. That's going to be feeling really good for them. And I mean, talking about it, they were only able to get 2 points. Another team, though, that really needed the points, especially since they were in that bubble graphic team, Sandstorm, was back-to-back. They were only able to get 4 points.
Yeah, and that's definitely gonna hinder them when it comes to competing for those top 12 spots. Those 4 points definitely not something to write home about. So next couple of games, next 3 games are going to be very, very crucial for themselves. And another team that I want to bring up was Execute. They needed to start off with something, but unfortunately they suffered at the very beginning of the game, and at none other than the hands of Star Gaming. But like you said, we'll talk about those guys later. We got a lot more coming up, and Hot Jukes, I'm just waiting for it, man.
Oh, me too, indeed. Let's talk about the top damage and see where everybody lined up like that. Dang, very even across the board here, Sandstorm.
Yeah, heck yeah it is. And I'm honestly surprised that we're seeing the Panthers. They're the ones that are topping the charts when it comes to the damage leaders. So very good to see them back on track when it comes to their performance. The Chosen as well. We saw them take a lot of fights towards the mid-game stage, and they were able to get themselves 9 eliminations by the end of that one. But back-to-back, I'm not even sure how they managed to get almost 1.2k damage with only 3 elims. But you gotta get some more placement points on the board for yourselves, guys. There's gotta be more coming out from them, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my opinion and my experience is that the championship formula is whatever you don't get those zones, you still put up some consistent points on the board. Try to go for that 6th place, get some eliminations. And when you do get that zone, you have to capitalize and go nuts. And I'll tell you what, APHELION, they are putting up consistent points regardless of any situation. So that is a very, very good sign in my eyes. Take a look at THIRDEYE, you know, because we haven't talked about them for quite a long while. They end up getting this first chicken dinner here today. And you see this beautiful line graph. Oh my gosh, almost looking like a roller coaster here, Seven.
I know it might not look the greatest, ladies and gentlemen, but for what we're about to talk about, this is the perfect image right here that we could possibly show you for THIRDEYE. I mean, this is a team that was in 11th place at the start of the day. This is a team that's currently trying to fight down for those 135 points that we suggested the teams might need to be able to make it to the living match at the end. And you can see 3 points, 0 points. By the way, these are total points per match for the last 5 performances. 4 points, 2 points. Wow. And then all of the sudden, the team just went absolutely crazy and ended up getting those sweet 21 points. Now, this team needed to start averaging 6.75 points per game to be able to make it to those 135. So you know what? They're a lot closer. They set themselves up in a great way. And it's crazy. We were just talking about this team too, saying how at one point they were a team that was in the top 3 after day 1. We saw them disappear. It's good for them to see them being able to wake up. Now, at this moment, okay, I do want to see that line graph starting to like be a little bit more subtle. We don't want to see a roller coaster, okay? Be a little bit more prepared going into next phase. And I mean, you still have some matches left though.
Yeah, you know what? I think the best line graph you can have is it completely flat, you know? And that's because you had 20 eliminations every single game.
Unless it's 0 points.
Yeah, or yeah, you don't want them to be that flat, you know, that's for sure. Looking like a nice tabletop. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here at Star Gaming. And let's see where they're doing. By the way, you know, Seven, THIRDEYE, if your dad's math is correct, I mean, they only need 3 more points. So, I mean, that's how you get it started here. Star Gaming putting up some good points on the board. You can see how, Brian Roberto putting in some good work here, Sandstorm.
Heck yeah, they are. That's the damage that you want to see at the end of that game. They managed to get themselves a lot of points to start off the last day of the league stage here. And honestly, the fact that they were able to take out Execute, take out one of their direct competitors when it comes to the top 12 spots for that Livik, that is massive. And that's something that you touched on as well, Hadjux. These teams are going to be out for blood at the beginning of this day. They're going to be gunning for every single one of those teams that is competing for the top 12 spots, and a phenomenal start so far. But again, the question is consistency. We're going to touch on it once, twice, and every single day. Because is it going to be there or is it not?
And that's going to be tough. You know, it's going to be tough to see here. You know, it's so hard, especially at this high level. What? See what?
Brian and Esquik, I couldn't figure out which one's the best foes, like for a team player. You know
matters.
what? Tweet at us. #PMPLNA. It does matter. Especially
That's
if
right.
you do have a line on your eyebrow too. I mean, talk about the Brazilians. Anyways, participating teams, Hot Juice.
Yeah, if you have an eyebrow slit, I think you reduce your recoil by 5%. I think that's a proven fact here in the PMPL. Let's go ahead and take a look to see which squads exactly are going to be. We saw that. We know which teams are going to be playing here today, Seven. And well, I think I just heard it in my ear. The next game has got started. So thank you so much, Seven Sandstorm. Let's go see what Span Cargo and Zute got to say for us.
It's all about the pose. Got to get that pose, that headshot in. But now we're heading into the second game. We're on Erangel, and for this one, the top two teams are sitting out. APHELION and the Knights will not be playing in this one, which kind of, I want to say, gives a chance to the lower ranked teams not only to catch up to them, but even for the teams lower than that to break it into the top 12. Because when you have those two heavy hitting teams not in the lobby, it's safe to say your survivability rate does increase a little bit. You know, when you don't have Coops, the one-man army shooting at you, you know, it's probably a better thing, and you have a better chance at making it to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, those people right below them on the leaderboard are definitely probably like, oh, we're up the top now, no sweat, don't gotta worry about it whatsoever. But also, I feel like even more so those guys at the bottom, if anything, they're the ones that are gonna be the happiest about it, because maybe then they'll be able to have a little bit of an easier time to get the points that they desperately need. So we'll end up seeing. As we can see, we're on Erangel. Looks like we're starting all the way towards the western side this time. Gonna end right above Novo, actually. So this is a little bit more of a southwestern plane path for our first Erangel of today.
Yeah, right here. You see the plane path on your screen now. Probably the easiest plane path we've had in a while, honestly, on Erangel. It's always been a little bit skewed. That hasn't really caused too much trouble for anybody. We did see back-to-back and Nova take an early game fight yesterday, which, you know, was kind of huge because it did end up, you know, putting back-to-back two players down very early on. But here they should be able to get to Milta. Now, that last game, back-to-back, they're not in the top 12. They are sitting in 16th place still. I was commenting, they look confident, right? They were playing that big split, so the confidence in each other is still there. But that just begs the question, what is wrong with back-to-back? Are they just, I want to say, are they not playing up to the level that they usually play at? But when I say that, it makes me think of, you know, previous splits. Their league stage performance was kind of not really there either to begin with. So it's like, is this back-to-back team just, is this it? If they don't make top 12 in the first week, do you feel like they'll be able to like make a comeback in week 2 or week 3, Span?
Yeah, I think that's a hard question, right? Because sometimes some teams do just have like a bad day or a bad week and can come back and absolutely continue to slay, right? But for some of the other top teams, they're usually more consistent, right? I mean, we just saw with the Knights not having a really good first 2 days, but now they're back, right? So back to back being the team that usually shows up towards the end, maybe they're not gonna play for the bonus points. I don't really know what to say. All I do know is that last match, that was really their chance to get closer to that 12th place, because both Korean Barbecue Lovers and MEZEXIS, neither of them were playing. Those are the two teams right above them. And if they didn't get the couple of points that they needed to jump them in that last match, in this match, now that they're here, it's going to be even harder. So I feel like they had the chance last match. It didn't unfortunately happen. It's like they're just making things harder for themselves, and they got to stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, they do. And the circle is to the northwest, not towards back-to-back side of the map. So they will have to rotate a little bit. It's like a little bit north. Chances are we'll probably end somewhere like that cube compound might be very important for this match. It might end around there. So we'll keep our eyes peeled and we'll see where the circles start shifting to. But Nova and the Panthers right now, this is, I think second place is still up for contention. First place, I would have to say, only really the Knights can kind of, you know, nab that one away.
Yeah.
So for Nova and the Panthers, that could be what they're looking at. And Still, like I said in game number 1, it's just 1 point difference though. If you get third, you get 18 points. If you get fourth, no, if you get third place, yeah, you get 18 bonus points. If you get fourth, you get 17. So honestly, it's like 1-2 points difference between, you know, the top 4 from one another. So it's really not that big of a deal, except, you know, we've seen grand finals placements be decided by 1
Yeah.
point. I've personally been in a situation where the qualification to the global championships was determined by 1 point. Luckily for the team I was playing with at the time, which, you know, I was actually playing with Execute. You know, I was on a team with Fate and Killswitch. Luckily for us, we got the positive side of that. We managed to get that 1 point, which qualified us. So, like, maybe you're right. The more I think about it, you were talking about, you know, the point in the other system being a 3 to 4 points, and then talking about changing it down to 2. And we had a discussion: is 1 point difference between like first and second too small? Honestly, the more I've thought about it, the fact that final, you know, grand finals qualifications to global championships and etc. have been determined by 1 point in numerous occasions, I think that 1 point difference actually can make a lot of difference. So, yeah, just food for thought.
Yeah, I've been struck by that 1 point difference to not make it through. But I'm more dog water, right? So it was more like round of 16 and the qualifiers to get into the next event.
Hey,
that
but see,
we didn't
the
get
thing,
in by a singular point.
yeah, the thing is though, like, if you did make it to that next step, even if it is to just get in top 16, you don't know what could happen once you're there, right? Like, we've seen teams just bounce back and play extremely different from one stage to another. Like, oh, the HITLIST though, getting taken down right here. That is unfortunate. The HITLIST, one of the teams that's been, yeah, I don't think the HITLIST really has a good shot right now. Yeah, the HITLIST, they're still struggling here. And the HITLIST, this team is, I just want to say, they are experienced. Like, the player Jat G actually is one of the players that I feel like is very heavily underrated. I almost want to say if you put him on a stronger team, he will shine. As the Chosen, having a decent game last game, they also get taken down. Oh, he managed to take down 2 players, but the rest of the Chosen are coming in. They're going to try and capitalize off this. They're actually probably going to pick up those 3 players. Crystal Pig, he's got a smoke down. The Chosen, they need to be more aggressive here. Don't let this opportunity pass. And Crystal Pig, smart of him not to stack up on his Nog teammates, and they're actually going to back down further. Cross, providing some cover fire. Crystal Pig with a really nice return fire. I was saying the Chosen needs to be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe I should take those words back as they lose another player.
Yeah, here comes the other 2. I think just a little bit too late. I just guess they didn't have their vehicle on time. If they were there at the same time,
yeah,
I feel like they would have won that, right? They would have had more angles on it, potentially more nades tossed in that direction. I really think HQA was smart. At first, they were all grouped up on each other, but they probably realized their position, and instantly, did you see that towards the end? Like, they were scattered. Like, they definitely started crawling away from each other from that, because they knew that the nade was probable, and it did, but they were fine because of that decision. And it does look like the Chosen's gonna back off. Dope, that just got elimination onto the HITLIST, gonna hear them drive on by. And actually, kind of to touch back onto the points thing again, just briefly once more, I was gonna say maybe it's not important to think about in this first week before you said all the stuff you said, but as I continue to think about it, like, I don't know. It's like this first week, should you really not think about it and just continue to play your game and hope that you go ahead and get those points? But I think maybe they don't have to worry about it in this first week, because they can just play normally, no matter what happens, and then they know for the future weeks exactly how many points that they gotta go for. Of course, that's still gambling much more than what I would be comfortable with, but it's not over for this first week, is what I'm trying to say, to make it be a little bit better.
Oh yeah,
but that 1 point situation could still happen, and it will suck if it does.
Yeah, the 1 point situation, and a lot of teams are rotating in. So I want to, you know, touch on what you were talking about. You know, you said you used to play competitive also, and that 1 point prevented you from qualifying to the next stage. I want to, you know, put an example of going from one stage to the next can change a lot. So
Mhm.
the Nova China team, the team that won the PMGC last year, for them to qualify into that PMGC, they actually barely made it to the grand finals. I think if I'm not mistaken, top 16 made it in as they were playing they were in PMGC, but there was like
Mhm.
20 plus teams and they need top 16 to play in the grand finals of it. They finished in 15th place.
Wow.
15th, right?
Yeah.
And then once the grand finals kicked in, well, you know the story. They ended up winning the whole thing. So it's like from stage to stage, it is very important. But that's a little bit sidetracked, to be honest, because right now we're just only focusing on the NA side of things. And we're only 1 week in. I just want to talk about that 1 point. Is that 1 point really that big of a difference, between first and second and so on? And yeah, I think it will play out in a similar fashion as the second circle comes up on your screen. It's a little bit further south, so that cube compound where WALLSTREETBETS is right there on the northeast won't come into too big of a play. And this Erangel circle, I don't think we've had one around here just yet so far in the PMPL NA.
Nope, not yet. And I'm totally expecting a lot of those guys up to the north being Execute, APHELION, even down to the southern side back to back, and the Panthers to start filling in that far west, because that entire coast, nada, nothing, completely empty from people. So that's where people on those extremes, north and south, are going to start filling on in, because right now nobody wants to be in the center of this current zone. That's where everybody is. So if you can go ahead and grab yourself a nice spot in the west, that's secure, because this next zone to shift, I mean, I think the west isn't that bad of a choice. We'll see. We have to wait and see, though, because the zone has a mind of its own. I really like that the hit list, even though they're down one player, Jachi out, they have the top of the mountain here, right? And they have a perfect sight line for anything that's going to come near them, smack in the center. I feel like that they're going to be contested quite a few times for that spot just from how strong it is, especially as these next zones start coming into play. Right now, maybe not so, because it's not necessary, but if the zone continues to center on that, that is the top spot that everybody's going to want.
Yeah, and we've seen so many teams falter in that top spot, even, world-class teams, because you'll end up getting pushed from both sides more often than not. And even after you finish a fight, even if you win that one, the third party from the other side, they're going to hear the gunshots. They're going to see in the elimination feed what's going on. And then they're going to try and third party. And there might even be a fourth team involved after that point. So yeah, that Mount Everest position, as strong as it may be, very hard to hold down if the circle keeps closing around there. Scar Gaming with a really good last game, taking shots long range at MEZEXIS. Yeah, that's MEZEXIS rotating in the distance. No shots really connecting, and they will continue on with their rotation. I'm looking at the minimap. Back to back once again. Has a pretty decent spot in the zone. They control that radio tower in the field south of Hospital, and that's always a very strong power position. So this is another chance for back to back to make it and break it into that top 16, I'd have to say.
Yeah, hard to reach, but really easy to shoot out from. So we'll see if it's going to continue to pull in that direction. Otherwise, there's already some action, some violence happening elsewhere up to the northern side. I'm not surprised, because there's a lot of bridges up here, right? And that means a lot of people are going to be wanting to try to use those. So it looks like Ace and WALLSTREETBETS are the ones kind of exchanging those shots. However, Ace, they're just deciding to drive a little bit further to western side so WALLSTREETBETS doesn't continue to hurt on them. I'm a little bit surprised, because I could have sworn I saw APHELION up there as well, but they must have taken a really long rotation somewhere else. I don't even know where they went.
Yeah, APHELION Esports, or APHELION. Oh, APHELION's setting out for this one.
Oh, you're
along with the
right.
Knights.
I got confused. They're both brown color. There we
Yeah,
go.
and-
It was
oh.
Ace.
That's a hard shift to the east, though. So we're going into the chopsticks. Not a lot of hard cover to work with. There are those like compounds. The majority of that is just flat, grasslands with those hay bales. So zones here do get pretty tricky as we see a majority of the teams starting to migrate in. It's a good shift for THIRDEYE and Korean barbecue lovers. Korean barbecue lovers, they had a pretty decent day yesterday. Hopefully they could take that momentum and continue it on here, especially with that circle shift that I would have to say is quite favorable for them.
I like that this is into the field as well, because those endings are always quite interesting to watch. But everybody now that ended up going as far over to the west, or even staying up to the north, they now know where they need to go, right? I have a feeling that some of the teams up to the north kind of delayed as long as possible to get in here because of this potential east or west next shift. In the elimination feed, I'm actually seeing a good amount of run overs. So a lot of people are rotating and actually fighting in the rotations, getting to hits, knock some people out with their vehicles. And you can see why, right? I mean, even right here, the Panthers completely out in the open inside of a field. I think that's happening in a couple other places as well as Execute. This is one of the teams up to the northern side. They decided that they're not going to cross. They're going to crash straight into Wall Street Bets before they decide to make their move in.
I respect it if they want to go aggressive, Execute. I mean, sticking true to their guns, and it is working out for them. I think they might have spotted two of the Wall Street Bet players rotating, so they decided to take a quick crash because two players of the other side were isolated, and it's working out. Yeah, like they could have easily scouted this out and avoided this fight. So this is a very, you know, purposeful fight that is working out for Execute, and for that, I'm always gonna, you know, take a nod and applaud that. So Execute picking up 2 elimination points. They the last game they did lose a 4v4, but that's not gonna, you know, destroy their confidence any. And Ace of Spades also getting involved. This could go very well for Ace of Spades as they get a knock onto an Execute player.
Yeah, well, Execute, they actually need, I believe, around 11 points as of right now to get into that 12th spot. So this is a necessary fight for them. It does look like Wall Street Bets will be finished off by Ace, though, and Execute is not going to be happy about that. They softened up that team. There's only 2 left. That was 2 elimination points that they needed, and Ace took it from them. So Fate is going to start tossing some nades on over. This is the fight that they're going to want to take next.
Nice.
But the blue zone is so fast. The Knight does get Blinky there. I don't think that he's going to get rezzed. Yeah, you can see the rest of his team already driving away because this blue zone is now on top of them, and that's going to be a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, I love the setup here that Execute's using to recover Iris. They have one player on the north side of Iris, one on the south, getting those crossfire sightlines in to keep up the pressure, even if it is a 2v4, because they had to put out the pressure and have one player revive. But you mentioned it, the blue zone a little bit too strong. Iris will go down once again, this time to the play zone, and Execute, they still got to keep moving as the zone has centered up. And of course, only Nova would be confident enough to play that 2-2 split. I think with this new zone, they might group up here. They should probably group up. And yeah, we see the Nova team grouping up together as 4. And honestly, not much to play in this open wide field zone.
Nope. I think a lot of people are going to try to play it around the edge as long as possible, and that's going to be a lot of fights. And then towards the end, people are going to start taking their vehicles as moving hard cover right into that field and hoping, right? But right now, there's still a couple of spaces along the edge that people could play out of, but those are still few and far between. And that's why you're seeing Korean barbecue lovers and THIRDEYE starting to take a fight actually really far away to the eastern side, closer to Pachinki than the next zone, I'll say. So they definitely got caught up, and they might just be committing just because of the difficulty of this next one. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe it was just a little bit of some shots towards each other before they're able to disengage. Kind of looks like that's what's the case, and that's good for Korean barbecue lovers because the next 4 games for them are going to be really important.
Oh, this is going to be an important push for back-to-back. They want that compound, that dope sack, because it's in zone. And with 4 players up, if they can secure that area, they're pretty much set for the rest of the late game. They do get the opening knock. They're pushing in hard. They got to watch out for Alexi, though, in the back. Alexi could save this for the dope team, and he knocks one already. He gets Polo, confirms them. The whole entire backside back-to-back is exposed. This should mean dope pushes out aggressively right now. Alexi has all the pressure on back-to-back. They're too scared to push up on the ridge and really fight back. So they need to take advantage of this before back-to-back gets enough smokes down to push and make a counter play.
It looks like the hit list is also sniffing out this fight here too. All of them getting off of that mountain to get closer. Lesky actually goes down in this situation, so their cover back there is officially gone, and back-to-back, they're going to start making the push on up. I'm surprised they're not making a rotation maybe over to the eastern side to be able to get up there, but now it doesn't matter. There's nobody holding them off in their way. Oh, why Lesky got out is J-Way from back-to-back actually went back to get rid of him. I just noticed that. That's huge for that team, but the hit list is now here, and that's going to throw a wrench into back-to-back's plans.
J-Way with a great play, flanking the flanker, and back-to-back with 3 players, still manageable. They could have had 4. Dope right now getting sandwiched. Fishy once again, the last one up for Dope. I don't think he's going to be able to snake it in this one, especially with 2 teams surrounding him. and the zone is slowly closing. Back-to-back is in zone on that ridge, and with another full 4-man or 3-man team here alongside Dope, Back-to-back might decide to not take this fight and just chill and see where the next circle shifts.
Yeah, and just for now, they don't have to do anything. They could even follow the cliff right there all the way to the eastern side a little bit into another compound. But if they want up here, they're just gonna wait and see. Looks like a couple of teams have been going out while we've been watching this fight. Drake choosing the best the best spot for hiding right on top of his buggy in the smoke. And actually, I guess this is why Back-to-back can't entirely move confidently to the east just yet, because Nova, they're all on the southern side right below them in this big field, and the zone has finally shown itself, and we can see that they might take this fight just to get some more elimination points, because otherwise they're playing in the middle of an open field.
That open field, there are some spots, if you have the vehicles, you can set the cover. And Drake's actually going to go aggressive. He actually goes and hides in one of back-to-back cars as Koi from distance with the mini, nailing kill switch in the head. Beautiful headshot there. And I hope we get to see how this plays out for Drake. And actually, Drake might not even have to do anything as the hit list. They're going to take full control of this situation. And Fishy, once again, forgotten. Fishy might just snake it in, potentially. I mean, he's got quite a long ways to cover, but this back-to-back 3v3. Spray's good. J7 goes down. The hit lists are going hard and heavy, and this might be another terrible game for the back-to-back team. As Drake just drop shots right past him, and he turns around and gets kill switch as well. This back-to-back team looking like a shadow of their former selves.
I was gonna say maybe Fishy's gonna step out then, right after some eliminations, some knocks came through, but no, he's still quiet. And because of that, the hit lists are now gonna be taking a fight with Execute, and Fishy, he is just chilling in this room. He has not moved from that spot since he got there, and now everybody's just driving straight towards the zone. Fishy has to get out though, because the blue zone is hot on his heels, and he's definitely running into the zone as everybody else is driving. Nova is gonna start being run straight into by the hit list. You can see Koi and everybody, Kindness, actually getting 2 knocks onto the hit list. Eliminations coming through as well, and it's just going to be complete chaos over here on this western side. There's so many teams. Execute, 19 Esports, they're also running into each other. Telly, the last one alive, gets out, and they're officially out of the game.
Oh man, this open field, it is all chaos here. 19 Esports, if they could get the reset, they could have 3 players back up. And yeah, no hard cover, but these trees, these bushes, and with the terrain being so flat and the circle so small at this point, just being prone will keep you hidden and cover from pretty much all sight lines. However, that does not keep you covered from the nades that will soon be ringing out as the circle closes smaller and smaller. We still have 21 players alive. That is still quite a lot of players to go through. We still have 3 4-man teams. Korean barbecue lovers, Nova and MEZEXIS, still looking strong with 4 players up.
Wow, Korean barbecue lovers and MEZEXIS, those are the 2 that are right underneath 12th place. This is going to be huge games for both of them. They're just going to continue to hurt back-to-back if we were kept talking about them potentially getting higher. Looks like Acer has officially spotted some of them out, though, just to their southern side, tickling them a little bit with damage. The zone does pull in both of their directions. A little bit better for Korean barbecue lovers, but nevertheless, both of them are right there. They might start focusing on those coming into the zone, but Korean barbecue lovers, MEZEXIS, they're definitely going to have to continue to put the pressure onto each other since they're both so equal in terms of this next shift.
Yeah, this Eastern Zone shift, Korean barbecue lovers, they're in a really good spot. They also got the high ground too. You see them coming down from the high side right there, and they could use that angle a little bit longer to pick up some scraps, because when you have that elevation, you can see a little bit better into the flatlands, but they got to be careful. As you see 19 Esports shooting right back at them. The DP right there. Acer's got to be a little bit careful. Might want to throw a smoke in that car before he starts moving. And Nova team also moving in very slowly. Star Gaming down to 1. Trying to do the best he can. And Acer spotted Soulfly in that bush. He's got to move a little bit further back to that hard cover. And there we go. Oh man, the sprays are so close but not connecting.
Yeah, he's hoping. He's feeling it out inside of those bushes there, but unfortunately not quite hitting. Almost hitting Nova in that as well. Nova being the next biggest team, actually with all 4 up inside of inside of this field. How do they have all 4 up? It's absolutely insane. But 2 left up for 19 Esports and 1 for Star Gaming. Then it's just gonna be a bunch of bunch of farmhands. Oh no, I don't think Nova wanted that at all. They need those vehicles, and if they're stuck now, that's not gonna be a good ending.
You know, strategize right there, because what that does right there as Koi with his mini, man, this guy just does not let up. They can now stand and shoot instead of having to crouch to stay behind cover, because they stacked that car on top of each other. Obviously, I'm just joking. It's better to have 2 cars for cover, but it does not matter when the nades come in. Koi hitting those, and
no.
they got it unstuck. They're gonna go for that revive too. Nova, by the way, up to 10 elimination points. With the Knights and APHELION sitting out in this one, the next strongest hitting team besides the Panthers is Nova, and they are taking huge advantage of that, but they didn't clear out their backside entirely. Star Gaming Hoyuya takes a nasty knock onto Nova's backside. Nova down to 2. They can still revive Joey, the man of the hour, man of the Korean barbecue lovers, highest stat performer so far for the team, getting some nasty shots, and Korean barbecue lovers also need to reset their teammates up.
I was gonna say, just based off of stats alone and where everybody is, Nova does have a chance of winning, but now I don't think so anymore. I think this really is a Korean barbecue lovers or MEZEXIS game, though Korean barbecue lovers, they have 2 knocks on their side as well, and I don't think it's possible for them to get it back. Like, Joey is the closest we can see, but there's just no way that he's gonna be able to run up those hills and get those dresses on 2 of his teammates. Actually, all these teams are super ripped apart. Another member of the MEZEXIS actually going down. So it's a bunch of duos and that solo left for Star Gaming.
And Joey managing to steal that point away. It was actually Nova that got the knock, but Joey confirms it. Korean barbecue lovers, they're not going to be able to get that revive. It could go either way. At this point, I feel like the zone's small enough where all of these players will be able to snake it in. Bar Star Gaming, because he's got to crawl in like right next to Nova. Acer will confirm that point as Kindness was trying to get some more info. And we're coming down to a 2v2v1 snake off battle ending in the fields. We haven't seen one of these yet in PMPL North America, so no idea who's going to be able to take away this one.
They're always quite interesting because sometimes it ends with just some amazing usage of like nade or Molotov utility, and sometimes it just comes down to somebody really cranking up their volume onto their headsets or phones or whatever to hear where people are, just like that, and Active doing a good amount of damage onto one of the members of Nova, but it doesn't really matter. It looks like he will be out. Nova entirely out, actually. And that means it's just Korean barbecue lovers and MEZEXIS left with 2 people up. And of course, Hayuya from Star Gaming, can't leave him out because he could entirely choose the winner of this game or get second place or get the win if he's careful.
Yeah, he could definitely get the win here. I think he did shoot at the last Nova player, so he did make some audio cues, so everybody should be aware there is another final team and player towards that side as Joey goes down. Ooh. Yeah, Acer, he's got to crawl away from the hard cover because the hard cover are just magnets right now for the grenades. So the further you get away, the better, but the more movement you make, the higher chance you might get spotted as that car gets flung across MEZEXIS. You know, Acer knocks one, and Acer is about to knock one. It might come down to a 3-way 1v1. He does get one, and no one wants to let off any more audio cues. It is extremely tense right now. Here, shoots some more, gets behind the hard cover. I don't know if there's more util. Acer has no nades left. Does Hoyuya have one? He could potentially throw one over. Yahir still's got one. That might be it for Acer. It's going to be close. He goes down a little bit more. But it's a 3-way. It's a standoff. And I think Hoyuya has the best because he hasn't made any noise. He's been keeping track of where the other 2 players are.
Yeah, it's just down to who's going to get the knock, Korean barbecue lovers or MEZEXIS, onto each other, and then whether or not Hoyu is going to be able to find the last person fast enough. So, I don't know. It really is just like flip there are coins actually with 3 sides, so flip one of those things, figure out what they're called, and that's the winner. I can't even guess right now. Looks like Joey was trying to give a little bit more information, but out he goes. Oh, Hayuya spotted out. Star Gaming's out.
Yeah,
Acer was able to spot him there.
Acer got the eyes right there. It's a 1v1. Acer versus Yahir. the Acer of legend, the Acer of old, he wins these. I mean, he's up to 7 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. So he's feeling himself. HP disadvantage, though, for Acer. Yahir's got to pop out first, though. Pre-fire's got to be on point. Is Acer going to peek from the left or the right? Did he spot Yahir crawl out? I don't know if Acer did. Now Acer's got to make a move, and Yahir has the advantage.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is not good. Acer gets shot up.
Down.
Yahir's got the spray, and it is good. MEZEXIS takes the win. The winner chicken dinner. Korean barbecue lovers also did have a really good performance with the amount of eliminations they got. So in my eyes, they're both winners. What a game ending. This is the field ending that we have not seen yet in the PMPL NA, and it is always action-packed, and you were right. The grenades did come in huge. Whew! What a game. Number 2. And I think we got to see a lot of teams that really needed the points grab those much-needed points.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Korean barbecue lovers and MEZEXIS, I even think Seven was talking about this, both of them really needed some good points, so both of them being the last 2 teams is huge for them. However, MEZEXIS getting that win, Korean barbecue lovers are not going to be happy.
Yeah, and we'll see what the desk has to say about that one and break things down further as we come back after a quick, short break.
Hey, another one there in the books. And hey, that was a spicy one right there. That's what we like to see. Great performances all around. Guys, make sure you're keeping up with everything. Make sure you're going and talking about all this action with that hashtag PMPLNA. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match rankings and see where everybody is standing. You can see that right there. That's the socials. Make sure you guys are going and following it as we pull this up and see how it all went down here. MEZEXIS and Korean barbecue lovers, spicy barbecue, tied up here in match number 2, Sandstorm.
Heck yeah, Hot Juice, and that's what you want to see from these teams that we mentioned at the beginning of today's broadcast. MEZEXIS, Korean Barbecue, Star Gaming, Execute. Every single one of them is at least showing up in the first page of this match ranking. Of course, MEZEXIS being able to get that winner chicken dinner, tying up for 24 points. So now that little distance, that little challenge that we were talking about before, it's getting a little bit easier for these guys coming into the first game. And of course, like I believe like Seven was mentioning before the game, MEZEXIS and Korean barbecue lovers, this is going to be their first game of the day. And are they going to be able to perform? I believe we have our answer. 24 points for every single one of them. And if we go down towards at the bottom of the leaderboard, there are going to be a couple of surprises when we're looking at the rest of these teams. When we're looking, of course, towards Dope Esports, they had a very close fight earlier on in the game, but I believe it was Alexi that was able to help them out of that problem that they were going through. Seven.
Yeah, and with this one, I mean, the story continues, right? The Panthers, after having a great start today, they kind of fall off a little bit there, being only able to get 3 points back-to-back, continuing to be a big question mark. We're not really sure what's currently going on with this team, only 2 points. And a team that just got a chicken dinner, and a team that definitely needs those points after that chicken dinner that they got earlier to maintain that spot that they have within the top 12. THIRDEYE only being able to get 0 points. A lot of this team, I mean, there's teams that are performing really well, Haji, but there are some teams that are just not being able to be consistent.
Come on, THIRDEYE. Come on. You get a chicken dinner like that. And we only said we only needed 3 points, and you have to pull up a goose egg here with 2 games left.
Nah, they need more than 3 points. They still need some points.
Come on, THIRDEYE. All right, come on. See what you can do here. We need to see some action. Let's take a look at the top damage and see where everybody is standing up after this one. And Korea Barbecue Lovers, 2,500. This graph looks a lot different from the last game 7.
It does indeed. 2,500 damage, 12 elims, and a big surprise, actually, that we didn't get a chance to mention when we were looking at that match ranking. Nova Esports, they have been pretty steady today. I mean, for them to be able to get 10 elims right there and 1,700 damage, that is good. This is kind of like the stats that we've been wanting to see out of Nova, because we know when they play a Sandhawk, they're going to be really passive, but we know this team has it in them to be able to get those elims. MEZEXIS too. I think this was a big surprise, being able to see MEZEXIS right here with 9 elims, 1,100 damage. And then if we go down the list, HQA, you know what, 652 damage with 2 elims. Not the craziest stats out of 19 Esports as well, but some teams at least putting up some good performances. Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. You know, one of those teams was Korean Barbecue Lovers. As you know, we just called them out in the last game 7, you know? We started saying, hey, you know what? There's some differences between these squads. We'll get into that in the next segment. But let's talk about these team stats here. I know you wanted to break it down, Sandstorm, so why don't you break it down for us?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a roller coaster, but it's starting to get a little bit better for the side of Korean Barbecue Lovers, as we see in the last 5 games. 3 of them, they were able to get, 19 points, 23, 24. This is exactly the kind of resurgence that we want to see from Korean Barbecue Lovers. And I believe one more game like that, and let's say not getting eliminated in the rest of their games, they should be in the clear when it comes to staying in that top 12, and of course increasing their chances of getting more bonus points by the end of the day. So very good performance from you guys. And again, we're gonna forward consistency. Yes, this is the consistency that we've seen in the last 5 games. Now you guys have to keep it up with the 3 games left that you have for today. Of course, if you are going to be able to guarantee that Livic map, well, it's going to look even better. Oh my God!
Wait. Hey, I didn't I tell you earlier, 7? Joey, better than Acer? Huh? I thought it was confirmed.
Let me tell you something. I think Acer might have been hearing that conversation that we were having, because this is exactly what we talked about, bro. Exactly this. Acer, 1,100 damage, 7 eliminations, average survival time. I mean, my boy, almost able to clutch up that last win. But Joey, I mean, Joey has been the most consistent player for this team. 4 eliminations, 662 damage. That's what we want to see out of these players. If Acer and Joey can continue to perform like this, ooh, this team might be trouble.
Hey, guess what? Sam, where you at? Sam? Huh? All right, it worked for Acer, right? His ears must have been burning. Come on, Sam. You lost it? You still got it, bro? Let's find out. Let's see if now that worked, because it worked before, right? We were saying Acer. You know, Joey was better than Acer. All of a sudden, Acer pops off. Let's see if Sam can finally rise up through it here. So take a look at the participating team 7. What do you think about that?
THIRDEYE is going to get a chance to say it out after that awful performance, kind of rethink a little bit more. They do need more points. Hopefully they'll be able to do something here. And back-to-back, I mean, they're getting pretty close here to their last game of the day. They need to do something if they want to make it to the top 12.
Will Sam finally be able to make it happen and show that he has still got it? You tell us right now. Hashtag PMPL NA. Throw us an @ on our Twitter. HotJukesGG, 7 Worlds Gaming, 7WG, and Sandstorm as well. Of course, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit the bell and all that good stuff. Because if you don't,
we'll be sad.
Sam won't do good. Yeah, we will find you.
Got to.
Yeah. All right, let's take it to our casters. Zute, Spad Cargo, take it away.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Now we're on to the 3rd map. Man, this day is going by so fast. We're so close to that Livic match. I don't even know how that one's going to go. I don't know how we're going to cast that one, because it's going to be crazier and faster than Sandhawk. But we still got a couple more games, and you heard the caster say they called out a few teams. That top 12, that chopping block is getting ever so much closer, Span.
It really, really is. We kept saying every single game matters, and it really does, especially when previous games, like the last game especially, it was just huge for both Korean Barbecue Lovers. and the team that won MEZEXIS. Like, they're
Yeah.
both such big games, right? That they still have so much more to go, though. Like, Korean Barbecue Lovers, they hit 11th, MEZEXIS 14th. Like, they have a little bit more to go. It does look like Execute for now, though. THIRDEYE, HQA, The Chosen, not playing. That's going to be a little bit hurtful for Execute. But after this, maybe it'll be okay, because then they have the next two to try and get into that top 12.
Yeah, it's just 1 point difference. 11th down to 14th. 1 point difference each tier down. 125, 124, 123, 122. I almost want to say from anyone below MEZEXIS is pretty much done for. Yeah, because if you take a look, Execute and back to back, they already have 18 games played. Like, they need a big one and another one potentially on top of that. Or not another big one, but they need at least one. And I just feel like I almost want to say, like, I don't expect any of those teams to make it in at this point. I think it's between Korean Barbecue Lovers, THIRDEYE included too, like from 10th to 14th, those teams right there. Hell, even HQA, because they only have 130. It's all really tight around that point spread. So we'll see at the end of the day who will make it in to that top 12 to play the Living match. And just so people remember, even if they don't make it into that Living match, they'll still get bonus points, but their bonus points will be 13th overall for the week and lower. And the first circle pops up straight dab in the kind of the middle of the northwestern area of Miramar. So a lot of teams already in the zone. Not much distance, traveling that teams will have to do. Maybe on the northeast side, we might see some, congestion, but that's pretty much it.
You're right. And I'm good thing we're back on Miramar, right? Because some of those teams and that range sphere just speaking of ended up doing pretty well on the last Miramar. So they got one more chance here on the big Miramar map to hopefully do that same performance or better to continue to gather those points. So specifically going to keep an eye on a couple of those teams. It looks like Korean Barbecue Lovers, though, we haven't gotten to see them on the Miramar game. So I'm interested to see how they're going to perform, especially because their first game, the last one, was very successful. So I feel like they probably came here with a little bit of a mission. I want to see them continue to do so. And same with MEZEXIS. Both these teams, we're seeing them once again. What are the odds that they end up running into each other again?
Yeah, it might just happen here. Korean Barbecue Lovers, my offer still stands. If they get a winner chicken dinner, I'll treat them out to chicken dinner and Korean Barbecue Lovers too. So they gotta win one for today. And well, we'll see if they manage to get a chicken dinner here. We're back on Miramar, and Korean Barbecue Lovers, I don't know, they have a little bit of ways to go to get somewhere strong in the middle of zone, but we see the HITLIST and Angry Amateurs, they pretty much have priority over those giant mountaintops that are in the middle of zone. See if the Korean Barbecue Lovers can make their way in. One thing that they got to worry about, though, as the game progresses is that I think back-to-back in the Panthers will be following in kind of close behind them just simply due to the nature of where these teams have dropped.
True. Pozo, great spot to drop initially, but definitely not too great of a spot to stay because I feel like Pozo endings, while they do happen, are a little bit more rare, and I don't think they usually happen in zones like these. We'll have to wait and see, though, but they do have a long ways to go if they're hoping to grab something good. Luckily for them, for both them and back-to-back, there's a good amount of space to get further in towards the center. So right when they're done looting on up, they should get a move on, hopefully grab up some of those good high ground positions to get a little bit closer and wait for this next zone to shift. So of course, we're taking a look at APHELION here, one of the teams right on the edge. I'm also interested to see how they're going to take their first rotation because they're right on the edge of the zone. 19 Esports, Most Wanted, and a little bit of Star Esports. They're like just on the other side of them. They're potentially going to have to rotate straight through APHELION, and I want to see if they're going to be able to get some limbs from it. I feel like that's the position that they usually put themselves in from the games that we've been able to observe of them so far.
Yeah, and the first Miramar game that APHELION played in, the zone ended opposite side of where they started looting. It ended all the way down to the southwest. They start in the northeast. So even though they're really far away from the center of the zone right now, and it looks like hard rotations will have to be made, I think this APHELION team really just knows how to navigate the map, regardless of what map it is, because we've seen them, get the favorable circles. We've seen them nowhere be close to the favorable area of the circle, but they still manage to just consistently make it towards the late game as, Nova setting up a potential trap. I feel like Koi let out shots a little bit too early. They could have left, if he waited a little bit longer, the whole entire caravan of the Knights might have been exposed. But now they're ready for a push, they're ready for a fight. Koops has gone in, the man, the myth, the legend, gets tagged up heavy. Yi needs to take this player down now, and Kindness will catch him from the different angle. This is a planned attack by the Nova team. They know the Knights rotate up through here in this zone. And Nova, I will have to say, moved out to this position quicker than usual, than where, how fast they usually rotate. So this was a planned trap, and it is working out great for the Nova team.
Oh yeah, look at them. They're just so aggressively continuing to push forward. They got yet another knock into the Knights. They're going to make sure to flush out Tenza. He can't get res, securing that point. And the other two members of the Knights, they're just trying to get out of there as fast as possible at this point. One in a truck, the other one in a big bus, so he's going to be a little bit slower, but they're just zooming away. The Knights, unfortunately, just ripped to 2 people left. Like, the game completely changes once you're down to 2 people. So it's going to be a hard one for them to play the rest of this. They're just going to have to lay low for the majority of this game until they can continue to pop up and be a little bit stronger towards the end game.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how much, util Koi had, no first aids, with no first aid kits, I think like no nades, no smokes, level 1 vest, and they split loot around the meanest area, meaning there's a lot of loot in that area. So the fact that he almost has nothing just goes to show that they wanted to get there extremely early, extremely quick, specifically for that engagement we just saw. And APHELION Esports, they're definitely happy and cheering for Nova, seeing that in the elimination feed.
Yeah, no, they're really excited about that. Like, it was already going to be super hard for the Knights to reach APHELION. At this point, I feel like could definitely say I don't think it's going to happen. Like, they were going to have to do a little bit less of a performance that they had yesterday, but today they definitely haven't been having the performance like at all. So like APHELION, they are definitely secure. Nova, they want to try and overtake Pittsburgh Knights. I think they actually might in this game because of that.
Yeah, that's actually such a smart plan, targeted approach. And I think this is the first time I've seen Nova set up a purposeful trap play. They usually, just play more of their game and get the positioning. But with them, like you mentioned, being so close to the Knights, there's actually more reason than them just getting points for doing that. They want to deny points so they can overtake the Knights. So it's really good to see Nova, implementing that when they want to, when they need to. So a little bit of a playstyle switch right there from Nova, still showing like, hey, they could play aggressive, they could play trap style, they could do a lot of things if they want to. And the consistency, by the way, out of Nova, we have yet to see Nova have a pop-off day. I don't think any of the days we've been saying like Nova, like absolute huge day, or even an absolute huge game out of Nova, but they're so close up there in that, top 3 area because they've been so consistent just day after day, match after match. In the next circle, this one really does favor them too.
Yeah, their placement points, they've just been being super careful, I feel like, in all their games, making sure that they stay alive into the end game. And, not all the time that equates eliminations. For them, they have gotten a good amount, definitely not the most out of all the teams, but just staying alive to the end, that's been helping wonders, I feel like. And that's why they've been holding on to that 3rd place for a while. That's why I was just like, we really have to keep an eye on Nova, Panthers, Ace, because for some reason, those 3 teams, they're being really determined to stay in the area that they've currently been in for the leaderboard for a while now. Like, I feel like they've kind of been a bit untouchable, I'll say. So Nova just taking it a step further so far. Like, they got plans, and I'm really excited to see if it's going to work out for them.
Definitely. We see the HITLIST team taking control of Power Grid right now, controlling this area, and I think a lot of teams are aware Power Grid is probably taken. No one even coming close to scout it out. Back to back. Coming in on the side, definitely a bit off center, so next shift they'll probably have to keep rotating unless if it hard shifts towards their direction. back to back. This is pretty much the game. If they don't get a big one here, we will not be seeing them at the end of the day in the Livik match.
Yeah, I'm already questioning it now. So if they don't do well in this match, it's definitely over. So a little bit of a feels bad, but I don't know. I feel like that's how they usually play, honestly, in a lot of tournaments. They don't do entirely well to get into the thing towards the end of the week, but then come back at the very end of the entire event kind of thing. So maybe we're used to it. But it's really APHELION that I also feel like I'm curious. Like, they've still been doing well, right?
Yeah, they have.
But just, yeah, for sure. But I feel like the first couple days, like, they were insane. But they're still doing really well. Like, somehow one of them always staying alive until the very end of every single match. Like, that's crazy. Like, not only are they effective as an entire team, but no matter who's alive as a solo at the very end, like, somehow gets around undetected to get into those top placement spots at the end and gives themselves a chance to potentially get the chicken dinner. Not quite close, but not quite for every situation so far, but still close.
I remember seeing Clown as being the last up for quite a little while, and then earlier today in the first game, Nate was the one that just snaked it in for the APHELION team. So it's really good to see how well they're playing, and I almost feel like nearing this final day, I feel like they've been playing a bit more passive. Not in a negative way, but they know the massive point lead they have, and they literally just need to average a couple of points each game. They know they don't need to pop off, and they want that first place. So I actually like this. You know, usually I always harp on teams like switching their play style to a bit more passive because they have somewhat of a lead. You know, it's like, no, you need to play your game, stick to your strength. But honestly, APHELION, they're not an aggressive team, I'd have to say. They've kind of been like a jack of all trades team, just doing what's necessary. And right now, what's necessary for them is to just put in a few points each match, and they're playing to that method. So a very smart team, I'd have to say. And this circle shift, I think APHELION's going to take advantage of this one. They're probably going to look for somewhere a bit more closer to center. And this is a hard shift to the Northeast for teams like back-to-back for the Knights. I think the Knights are pretty much, that first place, like you mentioned, kind of just out of sight now. The Panthers, however, they got a long way to go, and they're still fighting for, higher positions overall by the end of the day.
Yeah, this one's going to be quite difficult. That's why everybody's already in their vehicles, just trying to grab whatever they can. I mean, San Martin still being inside the zone will be a little bit helpful for now. I mean, a lot of teams should be able to kind of shove themselves into that big city, but right when the next zone appears, it's just going to be absolute carnage. So these guys are trying to pick their spots in this zone carefully, but it might not turn out well for all of them. So we'll just have to wait and see where everybody's going. You can see the hit list already driving on by. They're going to be running into 19 Esports and Angry Amateurs taking some shots at them already. Everybody was just basically hands on their steering wheels ready to go for this one. And wait a second, they crashed into 19 Esports warehouse. I knew they were getting close here, and it looks like both of them are getting some trades. Flash only one down onto the hit list for now, so I think they've successfully taken this, but it looks like 19 Esports aren't going to let it go without a fight. Oh, getting third party from afar, I think, too.
No, that's just a split crash right there. I think one of the hitless players, split off right there. So 19 Esports down to 2. Baby Tang. Jad G coming in. Oh, he gets knocked. 19 Esports bring this back to a 2v2. It's all down to Drake and Arsh, if I'm not mistaken. And oh no, it's actually just Soulfly. A 1v2 situation. And is that a third party? Is that player? I think that player over there is actually a part of the hit list. Yeah, so it was a 3-man crash into the warehouse and another player just stopping at a building, and that actually really worked out really well for them. And it was 19E holding this down, and the Hitlist was the team that crashed in, so very good aggression right there for the Hitlist, and they'll be rewarded for that position in the zone. It is a strong one, too. A lot of option plays to be had right there.
And poor Soulfly now is the last one up for 19 Esports. He's just running away inside of a big open bowl, trying to find himself a place to play for the rest of his team. I have a feeling that he might make it to those stables just to the east of him where he can kind of hide out, because nobody's really going to choose that location as their main spot. So he might be able to kind of stay there safe for now. Does look like Dope. They're finding themselves in a little bit of an altercation. Illusion just getting rezzed. Was knocked by someone here. Not quite sure if it was APHELION up to their north or Korean barbecue lovers right beside them on the other side of this mountain. But the damage has been done. Nobody's going to make that crash, though, because it is a difficult one. And it's for a place that's not super favorable, especially as this next zone's going to appear and it's going to center right on top of Wall Street Bets inside of Hacienda. These are going to be an exciting ending here. I'm expecting a lot of teams to try and contest it from them.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Actually, I think Hacienda, they're gonna be sitting there pretty until the late game because it's so hard to breach that compound and you just get caught fighting other teams on the way in. But this zone, this area of the map, you have those scattered compounds and just getting to the dead center of that circle, so many ridges and just hillsides to play and use as, coverage. So this is definitely gonna be a really fun match to watch. And we still have 56 players left alive to come into such a small zone. The Knights get taken out right here. Nova having to constantly fight their way in, and this is a Nova that we don't usually see just, fighting their way in every circle shift because they usually get pretty center of the first one. But you can see it here. They know how to fight their way in just as well. This team versed in all aspects of competitive PUBG Mobile.
Wow, I love that usage of smoke here too. They know that there's going to be quite a couple people near them that could take some shots in their direction, so they're trying to provide all that cover, especially actually, wow, older XP. He's like at the perfect angle to potentially have hurt Nova if those smokes weren't there. Looks like in the distance, 19 Esports is finally eliminated. Only that solo left is Nova. They keep raking in these eliminations. They have five eliminations so far.
Yeah, I want to see this Nova more often, right? Like, set up trap plays, get eliminations early on, and then, obviously, I don't think they hope for the circle to shift away from them, but hey, maybe it's doing them some favors, because that just forces them into engagements, and they're a stronger team than you would imagine when it comes to this 4v4 fights on their way into zone. Dope, and Korean barbecue lovers getting into fight. Korean barbecue lovers had such a good game just the previous one, but Acer's the last one up. Hey, Acer popped off last game. He could do a 1v4, 1v3 situation here, potentially, but we'll see if he manages to make that happen.
That's true. A lot of damage onto each other so far here, though, as Acer, the last one alive. It's so unfortunate. He's going to have a really hard time, especially inside of this single room in here. You can see that he's already being pushed on by Illusion. His gun wasn't even out when he went through that doorway. That means Korean barbecue lovers is out. I don't think Acer was ready for that. I think he thought he had a little bit more time.
Oh, man. I was just complimenting Nova. They're so good. They are good at fighting their way into circle. But you know what's funny? The Panthers. They're even better at doing that because that's all the Panthers do. And you can see the Panthers are getting the better of Nova. I mean, one of the Panthers did go down to that vehicle explosion. The Panthers are down to 2, so Nova might be able to recover this as they're also taking shots at They're up to 7 eliminations. The Panthers versus Nova. And meanwhile, these two teams are just taking shots at everybody else at the same time, too. Chico coming in. I think that is also Brady, but they should be taking down here Chico. And Fierce, Nova versus the Panthers.
There's a lot of damage being thrown at them by 4 bros on the compound just to north of them too, so it's a little bit of an unfair fight. Star could probably see this as well if they're up on top of that compound. But you can see a lot of utility already being used, a lot of smokes. If they have any offensive utility, right when they kind of identify where the others are, they're going to use them. You can actually see in the distance Nova tossing a lot over, and it's going to land beautifully. The Panthers are out. Beautifully placed nades from Nova eastwards. 2 of them are left alive. They've got 9 eliminations so far, and they're still in a rough spot. Even if they go out now, that is 9 whole points that they've already gotten themselves.
Yeah, Nova losing players so due to the Panthers, but hey, they survived the push from the Panthers. Not a lot of teams can say that. And now down to 2, I think they just kind of YOLO full send, see if they can make it into one of those little dips, ridges that is left on the map. We are centered right onto the Hacienda del Patron area. Angry Amateurs having to make their way in. Wall Street Bets still chilling, uncontested, and back-to-back has kind of made it into zone. So that was a very difficult rotation for them to make, but they are there, and they're getting knocks onto the hit list. That's major points that they need.
Yep, they're definitely right on the edge of zone, looking to the south, right? They know that they have a little bit of a power position on those trying to make rotations into this new one, and they're going to try and capitalize off of it. The hit list definitely being a super difficult position, but here comes Angry Amateurs. They were going to be the next ones, actually about to crash onto the position of back-to-backs. Right now, they're focusing on Star, making the run-through. They really have to worry right here, right on the other side of this small dip here, is an almost entire team of Angry Amateurs. They're softening it up with some nades first, and right, they're hoping for something to appear in the elimination feed, but even if they don't, I have a feeling that they're going to make that strong push. Back to back, trying to heal on up, getting ready for this push to happen. Here it comes, all four going to be flooding in here. It looks like back to back are able to hold it for a little bit, getting 2 knocks actually, but it's just down to J7. This is going to be difficult for him to get this last 2 out of here, but he's going for it. He makes the push. I think he gets another one, but that means that there's still 1 left. He has to back up and heal. That might mean that the other team might get some reses off.
I think J7 is going to go aggressive again right now after get that first aid off. Yes, indeed. He's going to push Mayo, fire some shots right there, maybe to scare him off the revive before he goes up. J7 primes the nade. That's going to let the revive go through. And actually, I love what Angry Amateurs is doing here. If he could hit the shots, and that nade did end up taking out both of them, but he got the revive. So Angry Amateurs stay up, and yeah, J7. It was actually I'm kill feeds catching up. There we go. Yeah, J7 did end up nading himself. I like that aggression play. We saw J7 do it. It worked for him. And Angry Amateurs, after he gets that revive, he does the same exact thing. Catches the other opponent off guard. Star Gaming versus Ace here on the edge of zone.
Oh no, Ace is looking too hot. They had to switch the guns, but it doesn't matter. Ace was so low HP that Robert GG is going to be able to successfully get rid of them. So Star Gaming, they've honestly, I feel like they've been picking it up too. Already at 10 eliminations for this round. They're going to be able to get their reses too, so they're going to continue to have 3 up, and there's nobody near them as of right now, so they might have a clear rotation into this next zone. Of course, they have to look out for some differences in terrain though, especially as Most Wanted up to the northern side are going to be keeping a close eye on them. WALLSTREETBETS still in a strong position, still in Hacienda, starting to peek out at the Most Wanted there. We can see that they almost stole that elimination out there, but they're looking over here because the Hacienda is no longer inside. They still do probably have the protection of maybe some of the outer walls there on the northern side, but that's about it. So they're going to use the roofs as long as possible, and they got to be careful for Angry Amateurs coming from behind. It looks like Jiwoo knows that, and that's why he's watching and prepping some nades.
Yeah, even if they have to leave the walls, I think there's still just really good ridges for them to work with right outside the walls that is in zone. So WALLSTREETBETS sitting pretty. By the way, APHELION Esports still alive with 3 players. Down to 2. One of them is knocked. I think they decided to go aggressive on Most Wanted as they saw some of their players getting taken down, but they're answering back. Saint gets a nice confirmation nade onto Clown. APHELION Esports down to 2. WALLSTREETBETS, all they got to do is gatekeep out the 2 players of Angry Amateurs, and they are pretty much scot-free. Nobody else really pressuring them right now.
Nice. A lot of nades continue to come through. At this point, there's really not that many people left in this relatively big zone. But the sightlines are so difficult, that's why the majority of people are just trying to use the utility that they've had saved for so long. WALLSTREETBETS, they haven't had to really use any of it since they were in the center compound for so long, and now it's helpful being able to kind of soften up the people in front of them. But Angry Amateurs finally making their appearance. They're going to be able to do a little bit of damage to WALLSTREETBETS, and that's going to make them pause, need to have to heal. But WALLSTREETBETS didn't get a knock, and that means this is going to extend this fight. The blue zone is on their heels.
Angry Amateurs, they're doing a really good job, actually, kind of pulling the attention in different directions for WALLSTREETBETS. They already knocked 1, and that player is getting revived. He does get back up. WALLSTREETBETS recovers back up to 4, and I think Angry Amateurs, they're going to take the easier fight. They're going to go down to Star Gaming, but Reppin still pops up with the Vector headshot right there. Angry Amateurs, these last 2 players looking so strong, and they knock another one. These guys, where did these guys come from? Playing so well all of a sudden.
I don't know if Mayo's going to be able to get out of here anymore, and Reppin unfortunately goes down, and Mayo, he's going against one last member of Star Gaming here, and of course the Ump is going to be the successor there. It looks like he's pretty low HP, but he needs to make a move first, because WALLSTREETBETS, they're starting to peek around, see if they can get rid of the last couple of people near them, because it's down to Wall Street Bets, that's Solo from Star Gaming, and of course, APHELION Esports on the north.
Oh, he got the confirmation. That's huge. Because it could be a 2v3 now for the APHELION side, and they have the zone. They don't have to go out in the open. This could be a potential APHELION chicken dinner. They've already gotten so many. They don't need any more points. But let's see if they could pull this one off. Shots are connecting, and he gets the revive. But I love this. Jachi already getting a better position. Oh, it is pretty much done. This is going to be a Wall Street Bets victory. This nade is going to connect. He's got 4 more to throw, even if that one doesn't hit, and it does. Wall Street Bets, this team really popping off the last few days. You saw them take the fights early game, win the fights, get into the late game. A little bit of like slipped here and there the other days, but they've been progressively getting better and better and looking more and more dominant. This Wall Street Bets team, keep an eye out for them, because I think next week they're only going to look even better.
Yeah, you're right. We've been kind of singing their praises for a while now, so it's only appropriate that they're going to be getting a chicken dinner. Of course, the highlights are ready, so we're going to go straight to those from this last match.
Wall Street Bets getting the dub right there. I mean, yeah, I like what Zute said. Wall Street Bets has been surprising us. They have been putting out some pretty good, solid performances here in the PMPL. Last one was definitely one of them. Beautifully executed right there. Let's take a look at the match standings so we can see exactly where everyone's lining up after that last one. And we know who's going to be up on top. It's going to be Wall Street Bets, but Star Gaming is going to tie it up with them here in this one, 7.
Yeah, the way Star Gaming has been able to perform today when they needed it the most, it's going to be looking great for them. Wall Street Bets, I mean, you guys mentioned it. Zute mentioned it. You just mentioned it as well. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from this team, a team that has definitely collected itself a lot more. And one of the only teams, by the way, besides APHELION Esports, to actually be able to get multiple chicken dinners. And by multiple, I mean just more than 2. This is now their 4th chicken dinner. So Wall Street Bets, it's going to be looking really good when we go to the overall. And guess what? APHELION Esports being able to extend their lead 20 points. We don't see Knights anywhere near this, so they're going to be happy about this because remember, the overall is going to continue on. Every match counts, and if they continue to play like this, APHELION Esports is going to be looking really, really good. Nova Esports as well, 10 points for them. They have had a good performance so far today. And then back-to-back, one of the teams that we've been saying, hey, they need to start clutching it up, at least getting some points. They were able to at least get 6 points there. We are going to be going towards the second page. And I was talking about it. You don't really get a chance to see Knights on that first page. 0 points for them, 0 points for Korean barbecue lovers. And then 4 points for the Panthers as well. Not the best performances out of these teams, but we'll see what happens. We still got some games left.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait a little bit. We'll have to wait a little bit. You know, we still got plenty of PMPL overall, but this phase is going to be done today. We're going to find out who's going to get those bonus points at the end of it. Take a look at that top damage, see where everyone's standing up to. And you know what, 7, you said something really right. You know, Wall Street Bets with that many chicken dinners, they're on the hunt for that chicken dinner prize pool. So like, what, like $2,500? Sandstorm, that's about how much Sandstorm will spend on a dinner, dude. He's got that kind of money.
Sheesh, alrighty. Yeah, Wall Street Bets, 2K damage, 9 eliminations by the end of that game. But of course, Star Gaming was the star of the show when it comes to that last Miramar. 14 elims to their name. But of course, APHELION Esports, we're seeing them again. The consistency is showing up time and time and time again for these guys. Even if they don't get that chicken dinner, they're still showing up when it matters. Top 3, top 4, top 5 at the end of the day. But looking towards the rest of the squads as well, Dope Esports, they managed to get themselves a couple of elims, but they are definitely going to need a little bit more than that if they want to challenge and stay within that top 12 there, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. You gotta get it done right here, right now. And Star Gaming, after a great performance here, I think it's cool if we just compare, another team with them. And that comparison's gonna be between them and back to back with their today's performance. Honestly, I can't believe we're comparing back to back to Star Gaming. I know it may sound toxic, but Star back to back has not been having the performances we've been looking for in Star Gaming. They're making it happen, Sandstorm.
Yeah, they are. Star Gaming back-to-back. We started talking about both these teams. Both these teams needed to show up on the 5th day, on the last day. Because like we said, this is the day where we are going to be distributing those bonus points. And the stats speak for themselves. When we're looking at today's games, Star Gaming, average of 3rd place. We're seeing there, they are pumping up those damage numbers throughout the day as well. And managing to average at least 7 eliminations as well in their last games. So that is a very strong performance from them. But when we look on the other side, when we're looking at the 2-time back-to-back NA champions, they're very, very absent, and back-to-back are going to be heading into their last game of the day as well. Guys, this is going to be quite a lot of pressure, I feel, on their backs at the moment, Seven.
Yeah, and don't worry, we'll be able to show you why once we showcase that overall. You mentioned it perfectly. I mean, the last game, and these points are going to be staying with them. I mean, with APHELION Esports now, 264. We talked about at one point if Knights was going to be able to catch him, and they're not going to be able to catch him. All right, I saw Nate being able to perform today too. Ain't nobody catching, at least today, APHELION Esports. Nova, though, with the campaign that they're having today, putting up great performances, they have passed PITTSBURGH Knights with 194 points. And then we see the rest here, WALLSTREETBETS making a huge jump, now being able to be here within the top 4. I do want to see that second page, though. I want to see what's currently happening between those top 12 teams and the teams that are currently hunting them down. Remember, we estimated that it was going to be around 135 points here or there between 10th place right now and 16th place, which is back-to-back. The only difference is 25 points. For some of these teams, we do have 2 games left. For some of the other teams, like back-to-back, Dope Esports, they're only going to have 1 more game to play. So it's going to come down to what kind of performances they're going to be able to do. We've seen what Korean barbecue lovers, Sandstorm, we saw what they were able to do earlier. They haven't been following it up. And then along the lines of that, THIRDEYE hasn't really been able to follow up the performance they had earlier in the day.
Yeah, exactly. And that is going to be quite a struggle for them. But we can see just how close it is. And the thing is, I brought it up at the beginning of the broadcast, and I said, I was thinking HQA, they might be safe. Not anymore. They are definitely in the danger zone. And as we go further down, we can kind of see which teams are definitely out of the competition when it comes to top 12, most wanted, for bros, angry amateurs, the hit list.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, there's no way that they're going to be able to make it when it comes to the top 12. And back-to-back, you guys have 1 chance. If you don't get a winner-winner chicken dinner and a 15 elimination game, you guys are not going to be able to make it. It's just going to be over for them, Hot Jukes.
Nah, it already is. It already is. They already put themselves in this position.
Believe.
No, don't believe.
Why? I
don't believe.
Believed in PITTSBURGH Knights, and then I definitely did not curse.
Look, the Knights are the Knights, okay? Back-to-back are the back-to-back champions, but the way they've been performing today, it hurts my heart. Hurts my heart. 25 points, 1 game. I mean, honestly, if those teams at the top, like APHELION Esports, are there, they can literally hunt down back-to-back and make sure they don't get those points if they want to. They have that kind of lead. That's what they're able to do. So with all that being said, this is the position that they're in. These are the teams that are sitting out for this one. Nova Esports sitting out. Now that they're in 2nd place, they're going to be feeling pretty good. The hit list sitting out, Ace of Spades out as well. And back-to-back, like you mentioned, this is their last game. But with where they put themselves, I don't think we're going to see them here in Living. But APHELION Esports, I think they've got those 20 bonus points in the bag here.
I mean, with the way it's looking, yeah, I think it's safe to say that. Now it's going to come down to some of the other teams, which one's going to be able to take this extra bonus points.
Well, who's going to get 2nd place? You guys go ahead and make sure you at us on Twitter. Say whatever you're thinking. Vote for your teams. Give them some of that confidence. Use that hashtag PMPL NA as well. So all the big bosses can see that, you know what? NA is ready to talk about it, and we're ready to see who's going to be in that international stage here in the future. Let's go ahead and get this next match up and started. Let's go ahead and stand on over to Span Cargo and THIRDEYE.
Well, it's no longer a question of APHELION, Esports, and Knights who's going to take first place, but I think the new thing that we need to look at is second and third. The Nova team did pass up the Knights, but the Nova team also has one extra match played. So we'll see how the Knights do on this one, and of course there's still that bonus Live It game that all the top 12 members will be participating in, and honestly, it's going to come down to the last game to determine second and onwards as we head into this last match of Sandhawk.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit interested what's going to happen on this one because, as we know, the Knights are sitting out in this one. No, Nova's sitting out in this one, excuse me. So the Knights, they now have the opportunity to potentially get the second place back. And on Sandhawk 2, the thing that they have been raking in are elimination points, so perfect place to potentially do that. Like, a bunch of question marks. Last time, Nova, I mean, they took advantage of being in the same game with the Knights, taking them out on their rotation. This time, the Knights, they can't really serve back the treatment, but at least they could do well in this game and potentially jump them right on back. Unfortunately, it looks like Ace of Spades sitting out as well. They've been kind of fighting with the Panthers, WALLSTREETBETS, a couple other people for those top spots, and Star Gaming, wow, they really have jumped up pretty high.
Yeah, Star Gaming's had a really good day today. We didn't catch too much of their action, but today, out of all days, you know, they're actually putting up elimination points, placement points. So this team doing a bit better. THIRDEYE versus Most Wanted. Looks like a 4v3 situation. Look at my mini map. The last player of Most Wanted is further down south. If he could get here in time, he does have a giant mountaintop to peek over the top. But sightlines will be difficult into this compound. And here we go. We saw this maybe like 3 days ago where we had one player drop here from the Execute team. And I was calling it out. I was like, they're not on the same page. They should be better prepared. Why would they send one here when it's being contested? Oh, they fixed that. They sent all 4 here. And HQA answered in return and sent all 4 of their players also. But Execute getting the better end of that one. They have the entire Northwest Circle to themselves now. They have Camp Alpha and Hot 10, and Execute's a team that's always struggled on Sandhawk, just trying to get in the zone. So maybe now with both of those areas in control, they could pull a Nova. And Nova's not in this game. 4Bros is taking advantage of the fact Nova's not here because they don't have to fight them. So 4Bros are doing the Nova split. We'll see if 4Bros can do the same thing that Nova does with all those first aid kits. We'll figure out soon as this standoff between THIRDEYE and Most Wanted is still continuing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there hasn't been too much action down here just yet. And, you know, the longer that you wait in a fight, the harder it is to kind of get it going at this point. Sleepless finally making his way up on top of the hill down to the southern side, though. That might give the rest of his team some insight on where THIRDEYE is. And if they're going to stand outside, like Gunda kind of is peeking outside of that door here, Sleepless might be able to do something about it. Uh-oh. And here we go. He was being approached by one member of THIRDEYE, but unfortunately, Sleepless got there first. So that might be the catalyst of this fight finally starting, at least in terms of Most Wanting having the upper hand. The other 3, they're probably going to lay low, waiting for Most Wanted to reveal themselves first to try and get that advantage back.
Here, I want Sleepless to take the lead and call out what his team should do. The team should wrap around to the outer side on his side while he keeps cover and just continuously pressure THIRDEYE and see if they make any mistakes. At least that should be the play. We see Cordy and Alucard wrapping around that side, but Sleepless, he's going downhill. So I do understand you just want to press the manpower now, 4v3, but honestly, that would have been a really easy tactical play to force THIRDEYE's hand. We'll see how this one goes. There's a higher chance of them losing a player now instead of, you know, having a clean 4v3 finish. THIRDEYE, Jazz, jumping around. No first aid, or no vest, by the way, so that's going to be really risky for him. And Alucard popping out, getting shot up in the side, and Saint will crossfire that, so the THIRDEYE getting pieced apart still.
Rip, yeah, there we go. There goes the first one. I'm still a little bit surprised by the decision of Most Wanted here, but we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to continue to get rid of the rest of THIRDEYE. Looks like they've decided that they're going to be pushing together. I'm glad about that. No longer running around just as solos. They're at least grouping up. They found Gunda, but that big DBS sounding a bit scary on this push. That
Mm.
almost didn't go in his right way, but Saint will be able to successfully hold that down. Bulty did get a knock, but that is it. Third Eye is officially eliminated. The second team out of here, and Most Wanted has succeeded. Alucard did get knocked, but they're going to get out of here with all 4 up, so that was a successful exchange.
Yeah, really good job. I like how they buddied up towards the end. They did
Mhm.
2-2v1s, and that DBS was a little bit scary, but I don't think he connected a single pellet
Yeah.
of that DBS onto any of them. Now, I'm not gonna give too much flack for that because I suck with the shotguns, like terribly bad. So I know how it feels when they're right in front of your face and you just can't hit them with the shotgun. It just seems like every shot you take, they just move to the left and then they move to the right and you just miss everything. But that is Third Eye missing out on any points this match. Same with HQA. Circle is around boot camp area, a little north of that. So this is a really good zone for the Knights to catch up on the points to overtake the Nova team once again. And I think in the very last match, we will see Nova, or in the next match, because the very last one's going to be Livik, we're going to see them to play again for that second and third. But it honestly doesn't even matter because Livik, in my opinion, is going to determine, right, the final placements for everybody except for first place. APHELION, they're chilling. They are just straight chilling.
Yep, I agree. Exactly. They're chilling. It really, I'm the most interested in 2nd through 6th, maybe, because like I said, I mean, Knights, they've clawed their way back up there. Nova's been doing really well. WALLSTREETBETS has just been hitting it out of the park recently. The Panthers have been super aggressive in the right ways, and Apes of Spades have been really consistent. So it's really those teams that now coming into these next few matches, I'm really interested to see where they're going to end off for this first week. And of course, I mean, just the point of contention, I guess I'll just call it, is that 12th place. Dope currently holding on to that. Third Eye right above them, already eliminated out of this game. That's going to hurt. And HQA, they were in 10th, not too far away from that. Like, as each of these teams that are around that cutoff point get taken out of the game, I'm sure that they're sweating right now. Like, I sure am for them if they're not, because if they get bumped out of that top 12, it's going to hurt not to be in that bonus round, basically. But this isn't the last one. We do have an Erangel right after this one. Still, though, those that are above them or even right below them that are about to do well in this, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, Third Eye and HQA around that cutoff point, they're eliminated from this match, but they will both be playing the next match. Third Eye, you know, they get one more chance afterwards to secure their top 12. So we'll see how they do the next one. For now, we still got 14 teams still up. The first zone is not even shifted yet. It is still slowly closing in. I'm looking at Execute. Yeah, they are looting the entirety of the Northwestern Island. 4 bros doing what Nova did. Maybe they could pull off a second place. I honestly feel like it's harder than it looks, you know, for Nova to consistently get that second place. Like, yeah, all you do is kind of sit in the blue and bandage and first aid kit. But I mean, I've been put in those, you know, first aid med strat situations myself, and it's a bit scarier than just pressing one button over and over. You still got to move into zone. You still got to know when you could just bandage and when you have to first aid. So,
I mean, if it was easy, it would be more than just Koi doing it. So,
yeah, I mean, Koi, he's a designated one. He's the one that does it every single time. Taking a look at Star Gaming, split on the north side, 2-1-1 split. I like this split, except they're not really anywhere, you know, central unless if it shifts up to them. So we'll see if this split does come into play. They'll most likely have to rotate a little bit further down south as the next zone will pop up very shortly.
yeah, MEZEXIS, they're starting to push their way on in. They got to be careful because they're getting closer to Star. Really, you don't want to get in a fight right before the next zone kind of reveals itself, but they want to get a head start on that movement in case the zone is going to be near them and they can grab the next best spot. It will actually center, so not too much of a change in the grand scheme of things, but there's definitely a few teams that are going to have to keep moving forward to get inside of this next one. And 4 bros kind of looks like they might have one of the hardest times. Same with the Chosen having to go through Korean barbecue lovers back to back, angry amateurs, and even most wanted coming down from that southern side as well. So it's definitely the South right now that has the majority of people where we're going to see a couple more fights happen.
Hmm. I actually feel like nobody's really gonna fight in this zone because everybody coming in on the outside should be ready or expecting, teams to be potentially capping them. So they'll just play a little bit careful and wait for the next shift. So this might be a very, very quiet circle shift where nothing really changes. Like we see all the teams in zone. I'm looking at my mini map. None of them are moving with that shift. They're not
No.
moving any more closer towards center. The only team that was in zone previous that's moving a little bit more is 19 Esports, but that's pretty much it.
I'm just a little bit nervous. Those guys that don't want to take any damage, they're gonna have to go right inside of zone, and I mean they're gonna be comfortable right there. But as you can already see, there's some guys that already have eyes on each other. MEZEXIS finally taking the shots, flawless, some nice shots on the Hayuya. Gets that knock onto Star Gaming. They're the teams that was the closest, and now it looks like they're on the move. I'm gonna be curious to see if MEZEXIS is gonna do anything else about this after getting that knock. Maybe at least getting the flush, but he has to be careful because as you can see, yeah, Bran, he's right here, unfortunately trying to go for the help of his teammate, but that tuk-tuk is not letting him.
Yeah, MEZEXIS is pushing very aggressive. I like that. It's a 3-1 split. The off angle got the knock, and the three players will push aggressive to secure the point. So, really good job by MEZEXIS. Unfortunate for Hwayuya, though. You saw him prone. He just prone a little bit too far over the top and got nailed in the head. Really good shots by that MEZEXIS player. So, Star Gaming will go down to 3. That's always a risk you run when you play splits. You got to be super aware of your angles, even just 1 millimeter away or a little bit too far out, and you can get punished for it.
Some flawless shots. Okay, anyway, it does look like MEZEXIS now is moving a little bit forward. I doubt that they're going to do anything else about this. Like, they know that they got one elimination on to start gaming, but they're comfortable there for now, I feel like. They're not going to move any further because you're right. Kind of, if you don't have to continue to move forward, especially on a map like Sandhawk, like, you're not going to. You're just going to kind of wait for the next zone to kind of appear because that's the best chance for you and your team. Really, I feel like the least movement possible on Sandhawk, it rewards the best kind of situation because it's just so hard to spot people out right in front of you. There's so many teams right next to each other right now that on a more open map like Erangel and Miramar, like this would not be happening even with this current circle. But it is. It's Sandhawk. It's a completely different map. You have to play it different.
19 Esports here, trying to be proactive, using that vehicle to bait out shots, to scout. But a lot of teams, they'll let that vehicle crash and still won't make a sound. So you can never be too sure. It's not like Erangel, right, where you see a vehicle coming in and teams will regularly take shots. So that compound dead center is open in 19E. They want it, but they still don't know for sure if it's unoccupied or not. You see on that minimap 77 or 777, probably
Ooh.
7's favorite player. We'll take that compound. It is open, but the circle shifts up north right onto MEZEXIS. So it's centered right on top of them. Executes. This is a good one for them as well, as they're sitting in 15th place. So they need a good game here. Everyone on the south will have to move in further. 4 bros should be stacked on those first aids. This zone shift shouldn't be too much of a problem for them as long as they got that med strat ready.
Oh man, just any hard shift really hurts. And MEZEXIS is going to definitely be happy now that they were able to get that one elimination on top of that hill and kind of take over that position. They just have to be careful now to make sure that nobody is going to continue to push them from any angle. Really, their south and eastern side is the scariest. Looks like 4 bros back to back, kind of getting too close to each other. They're going to exchange some utility. J7, oh man, he's getting pushed. He's going to take the fight though, peeking perfectly between that fence and rock. Going to get the first knock. And Lori, unfortunately, not quite close enough to be able to help out his teammate. And back-to-back Polo with the perfect angle is going to be able to support his teammate. Oh no! Older OP, he's going to be able to get the trade back. This is not looking good for either of these teams at this point. Back-to-back, though, still having a little bit of an advantage. I doubt that they can get rid of all of 4 bros in its entirety, though, with how split the rest of them are.
That was a good off angle, but he off angled right into the off angle of 4 bros, unfortunately. So back to back, we'll lose 1 player, and with how many points they need, I don't think it's worth it. I think they need all 4 up, even if they're securing a couple points here. They'll secure 2 more because Killswitch getting a nasty long-range shot onto the player that was holding the high ground. And with Clock not running away and going for the revive, I think this is going to be the death of him because I think Back-to-Back needs to push this. They're far away from the zone. They need the points, and they know it's a 3v1 situation. So hopefully for them, they don't lose any more. Killswitch should find this off angle here right behind the wall. You see him looking for it. He has a feeling. It should be good. Scoping in on the buildings, and he spots him out.
Oh, now he's sprinting. He's running for it. He's hoping he's able to get the re-knock on the person that was healing. But there's still Clock. He's still alive. He is prone on the other side of the fence here. Oh, J7, he's not looking the right direction. No way! Jumps right behind him, and Clock is so quiet.
No way.
J7 has to spot him out, though. He hasn't yet. Oh, but there we go, finally. Oh, I can't believe that Clock didn't spin her out and take those shots.
And, actually, Enigma subbing in for back-to-back this round. I don't think he was playing in the last match. That's quite interesting. So the player sitting out is Jayway, I believe. I think I saw Polo, Killswitch, and J7. Yeah, so Jayway having to sit this one out. I don't know if it was a performance thing or maybe something happened. But Enigma subbing in for this one. That's very interesting. I feel like it's probably Jayway just had something come up, so he couldn't play this match. So Enigma coming in. Enigma, for those of you who don't know, has played competitive for quite a while. He doesn't actively play, but this guy, he knows his stuff. As the circle shifting even further north once again, right on to Execute, Korean Barbecue Lovers, and MEZEXIS. And we still have Star Gaming in the mix.
Yeah, but it looks like Korean Barbecue Lovers wants the compound that Execute now has taken. Here we go. Jason tossing out some of the first utility, trying to get rid of Joey on the side of those rocks, but not going to go far enough. Going to bounce away at this position. And Korean Barbecue Lovers, I mean, I doubt that they're going to do anything drastic just yet, but I'd be a little worried because right across from that bridge, the Chosen actually didn't decide to go onto the main island to make that rotation north. They decided to go north on these small islands, so they're going to eventually be coming behind Korean Barbecue Lovers as well. And there we go. They finally were spotted out. Looks like Opal goes down, and Fans You See, honestly, is going to probably follow shortly after.
Good job for the Korean Barbecue Lovers to still watch their back. That is a flank that you would not expect, but they were being very cognizant of any potential. Execute up to 5 eliminations. They could get a few more here. They do have the advantage over this team, and they have the zone too, so they don't even need to press this. But they know they have the advantage, and they're going to take use of it. That's a knock right onto Joey. And potential knock right there. No, Acer gets that one. But it gets stolen away by Execute. That's great for them.
And now they're making the push. They know exactly where Korean Barbecue Lovers are. They have the high ground. That should be a nice little peek on over. Acer is going to get flushed out, and he's going to go on ahead and flush out this last person too, using that DBS. Only one person left down below. And it looks like he's just going to try and swim for some safety. If he can successfully stay below those cliffs but get into zone, I mean, he could stay alive for a pretty long time for his team. And that means Execute might shift their attention somewhere else. Start Gaming and MEZEXIS once again kind of mingling here. It looks like they're fighting for the same compound once again. MEZEXIS not wanting to stay on top of that hill now that the zone has centered on them again. Probably a smart move. They want to go for a little bit more hard cover before a lot of teams are going to be pushing in.
Yeah, and on the eastern side here, we have a 3-way fight. The Panthers, APHELION, and WALLSTREETBETS. All 3 teams, I would have to say, very dangerous when it comes to fighting. We see what WALLSTREETBET has been able to do last couple of days. And of course, the Panthers always on that aggression. And APHELION, I mean, they're just a solid team. We'll see how this fight goes as the blue closes in on them. APHELION, I saw some players of them knocked, but they managed to get a full reset. Now that we have 4 players of the Panthers pushing in very close, and Angry Amateurs kind of close by. No, they're further away in the distance. It's 4v4. Panthers versus APHELION, and Panthers going aggressive and getting the better end of the trades.
And one last person inside of the grass. That's it. APHELION Esports is out of here. And immediately the Panthers are going to be backing off of that because WALLSTREETBETS is right behind. There is only 2 of them left. Some of them now taking a little bit of damage here. Yeah, Taji actually completely out in the blue zone. It's really only Skipper that's close enough to the Panthers, but as a duo, they're gonna try and lay low. The zone pulls back towards the Panthers though, so that's great for them, eliminating angry amateurs. If they can continue to kind of hold on to this location for themselves, that's gonna be great no matter who else is gonna start making the rotation towards them.
Execute. Yeah, they're forced to go aggressive because the zone shifted east away from that high ground, and they still have 4 up. This is good, but it's moments like these that we see Execute really slip up towards the late game. Even if they have 4 players up, they make some type of big, huge mistake, and they get gunned down even when they have the advantage. 4v3 against MEZEXIS, except they have to worry about all the players from the other teams in the blue that's looking to play spoiler, so they got to use those smokes very well. They're pressing in. The shot's back by Flawless. Once again, Flawless getting Telly down. Fate really close by, sticking a little bit too far out, and it's mistakes like that. Fate did get a knock though at least, and Execute getting cut down.
No way!
They just took a little bit too long to go aggressive. That blue zone did more damage than I'd have to say anything else, but Flawless, of course, having some really great shots. I just want to throw this out there too. 4 Bros, they've been out. So, yeah, they couldn't pull what Nova does. So, medding and first aiding, not as easy as it looks.
True. That's true. There is somebody that's currently trying to go for that strat, but, you know, we'll see that later on. Looks like 19 Esports, they're going to fall right after, though. There are a couple people trying to stay in the blue, but the majority of teams are inside of this zone as of right now. Not yet inside of the new one, though. Really, the only team that's actually setting foot in the new one is the Panthers. They're clearly trying to push it on the eastern side to get in some footing as fast as possible. And honestly, this positioning is great for them, not only because of that, but because of the majority of the teams are all next to each other. It's going to be great for them to be able to kind of clean up the rest of the fights that's happening. However, I didn't really expect this. MEZEXIS actually decides to make the push towards them. The Knights officially out, but that means it's the Panthers and MEZEXIS that are going to be taking this next big fight, because everybody else inside, they're solos. They're not moving anytime shortly.
Yeah, this is a huge game for MEZEXIS. They really needed these points, and for them to hold off that last push by Execute just pretty much secured them a top 3 finish, I would have to say. There's still 4 teams left. We do have one of Star Gaming proning in, and WALLSTREETBETS has 1 player also proning in, and the other first aiding. The Panthers with 4 versus the 3 of MEZEXIS. I think the Panthers have this one in the bag, especially with that zone shift. They get the zone as well, but one lucky nade, one good placed util from MEZEXIS could still put the fight in favor of them.
Well, see, both sides kind of deciding to take the defensive strategy here. The Panthers, they did successfully get into the hill and they're laying prone. Of course, got to check up on a couple of our solos here. Honestly, that last member of Star Gaming, they have a great angle on both the MEZEXIS and Panther push. So that solo could have a hand in whatever fight happens next. But the Panthers, I'm a little bit scared for Frady here, but they're way to be top of this hill. It's right next to an active. But both these guys are playing how they should be, honestly, not knowing exactly where each other are. But all this movement, he has to. He has to see him. I think that push is helping him.
Okay, there we go. Oh, inactive being a little too inactive right there. I got my, heart pumping, but just like that, it's an even fight. No, MEZEXIS actually has the man advantage now. Now it's a 3v2. The Panthers just not aware of the angles from the side. Frady should have had that, in my opinion, but Chico, if he could get one, he gets one. Traded back 2v1 situation. Flawless and Mosa. Mosa gets one. Now it's a 1v1. Who's going to take this one? Inactive versus Mosa. UMP versus UMP. Both players with level 2 vests. Mosa goes prone. That may not have been the good decision. Gets tagged up for free. Mosa runs back. First aids. Inactive. Not going to give him the free med. And he pushes up super close. Which side is it going to be? We still have one more player out in blue. Okay, WALLSTREETBETS goes out, jumps over the rock top.
No way.
But the shots don't connect. I thought he had it when he jumped on the rock. That looked like the winning play. Catch him off guard, but the Panthers will take that win. Really great job for them right there.
I think they must have just missed the shot there to get that win. MEZEXIS really needs that. And they at least still got second place. But if they would have gotten the first place, that would have been huge for them. They're currently still in the race to get into that top 12. That's why this last match they did so well. This match they did so well. They need to get another one. And we're gonna go jump into highlights and have the desk talk more about it.
This is my impression of an actor. Just staying up in the middle of the night. Just thinking, why did I get on that rock? Dude? Why?
It happens to the best of us.
Why did I jump on that rock? You hate to see it. You hate to see it, everybody. But you know what? We saw a great comeback, a great play there at the end. And you know what? We got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. Unleash that beast. Hopefully we'll see an active, make up for that one a little bit later on. Let's take a look at the match ranking for that last game. Sandstorm, what do you think about it?
Panthers, baby, they're back. They got themselves a chicken dinner. We're not going to talk about the fact that it was so close. But yeah, 25 points at the end of that game after they get themselves 10 eliminations. But MEZEXIS Esports, they showed up on that fourth game of the day, that third game for themselves, so they still have one more chance, but bagging 20 points. 20 points, that is massive. When we're talking about a 1, 2, 3 point difference between 3 teams in those last 3 spots when it comes to qualifying for that Livik map. So huge props to these guys. WALLSTREETBETS as well. We brought up the topic of WALLSTREETBETS, the fact that, they get a chicken dinner and then somehow they disappear for a while, but that doesn't seem to be the case today, because they also got themselves a third place, learning from Koi, learning from Nova, playing to that heal strat, and getting themselves a decent amount of points as well. Star Gaming, props to them as well for getting 9, so the consistency is still there. But we go down to that second page of the match ranking 7, and THIRDEYE, another big goose egg for points at the end of that game.
Yeah, not only THIRDEYE, HQA, the team that at one point we were saying that they were safe. Yeah, after that
I
performance,
gotta stop.
Honestly, Sandstorm, you gotta stop. You
Yeah,
just
he needs
cursing
to
all
stop.
this
I'm
team,
sorry.
bro.
You
You
need to
cursed
stop.
Knights too earlier. That's why I didn't catch up to it. I feel like, man. Jukes,
You
tell
gotta
him to stop
stop.
cursing the teams, please.
You gotta stop. Okay, Sandstorm. No more. Okay. All right, chat. Please make sure you go ahead and send stop, right, to Sandstorm. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. The more stops you send, the more stopping he does. Less curses.
Or tell him
It's a
which
fact.
team he should curse next.
Or
True.
yeah, might
it
as
could go
well.
either
'Cause, I mean,
way.
it seems to be
True,
working.
that's a good call,
Seems to be
good call.
working. Who knows? Maybe a little UC under the table. We'll see what ends up happening with that. Okay, so now let's talk about MEZEXIS Esports 7. We're talking at the back. I know how you wanted to see a line graph because we saw kind of a roller coaster of performance here. And I want to see exactly how they're doing now. What do you think, 7?
The roller coaster is still in full effect. But you know what? At this point, with the amount of points this team needed, I will take it, ladies and gentlemen. I will take this crazy roller coaster instead of continuing to see those 0 points, 2 points, 0 points, 24 points, 20 points. I mean, that performance, that last performance might have just been able to clutch him a spot going into Livik for the top 12. We will have to wait and see, though, because they do have one extra match. And I'm pretty sure once we see that overall, it's going to be everything. Honestly, it's so close. It is absolutely crazy. I mean, to be fair, though, APHELION Esports is still dominating. You mentioned it earlier, Hot Jukes. They are continuing to create a bigger lead. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this in a way is not going to disappear, this overall ranking, because we will base it after the 3 phases on which 16 teams are going to be moving on to the finals. So for APHELION Esports to continue to do this, they're going to be feeling really, really good. Nova Esports, even though they didn't get a chance to play that last Sandhawk, we're so used to seeing them in the 2nd place. WALLSTREETBETS was able to kind of take on that role. They ended up just clutching the 3rd place. Knights, we saw a bit of glimpses there. But you know what I really want to see? I want to see that 2nd page. I want to see what's going to happen here as we are going to be going to the final match for a lot of these teams. And if we look at it, I mean, oh, jeez. Between 11, okay, between 11 and all the way down to 15, the only difference is 13 points. In Sandstorm, any of those teams can actually get that in this next match. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, every single one of them has a chance. Unfortunately, back-to-back, they're going to be forced to watch these teams fight it out. THIRDEYE, though, like we've seen in the last 2 games, the fact that they got 2 0-point games. Now, their difference between qualifying and not for that living map is just 1 point. Korean barbecue lovers, I love the fact that even though we didn't see Nova in the last game, their spirit was there with that heal strat for themselves, and getting themselves that placement points definitely helped them out at the end of the day. So now it's going to be between HQA, Korean barbecue lovers, Dope Esports, and of course Execute as well. Execute, of course, the pressure on them is going to be a little bit higher considering the gap is a little bit bigger. So the question is, Hot Jukes, you mentioned this before, these teams are going to be fighting each other to the death. Might we see hot drops possibly towards this 5th game? No, okay.
No. The only team that can do it, in my opinion, is APHELION Esports. They're the only squad here that have nothing to lose in the next match because they have that much of a lead. They are that strong, and they are not going anywhere. They are guaranteed pretty much the most bonus points for this phase. But the rest of the squads, what's up?
I mean, hear me out on this one, right? This team's 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, they already know that they're going to be sitting out in that Livic. But something that we saw in this previous match was we saw THIRDEYE getting eliminated by one of these teams that was tiered towards the bottom.
True.
So I know you were talking about the hot drops. I know you were talking about possibly only APHELION Esports. I mean, I don't think anybody from 17 to 20 might try to do a hot drop, but they can still hinder the performance of some of the other teams like we just saw happen to THIRDEYE. A lot of this team is got to be careful with that. I don't know if they're going to be playing passive, if they're going to be playing aggressive, they're going to continue to play their own thing because everything is so close. It's literally, it can come down to 1 point. And boy, we've seen it over and over again. Just come down to that one final point, and sometimes even a draw. So a lot of the teams got to be careful. What do you think, Sandstorm? Are you going to be, if you're those teams fighting right now for that 12th spot, right? Everybody's so close. Are you going to be playing passive, or are you going to continue to play the style that you have been playing?
You see, here's the thing. If they do decide to play aggressive, right? If they do decide to just take the fight to those teams at the bottom, don't forget, every week we are going to be changing the groups. Every single week, depending on the performance of every single team, we're going to have different groups. So that means if you try to take me down this time, boy, there's going to be a revenge next week. And there's not going to be a chance for you to run away from that one. Hot Jukes.
Look at this, man. Look at this performance. Korean barbecue lovers all day have a great performance overall. But here's the thing with this new format, every single team, right? Because there's varying amount of bonus points going down the list. If you get 2nd place, that's more bonus points than 3rd and going on down. Yep. So every single team here needs to be going all out, trying to get, I wouldn't even honestly be caring about top 12. I'm trying to get way above any extra bonus points I can get to the finals. That's what I'm hunting for. And if you're not in top 12, that's a whole game worth of points you're going to miss out of. So got to get it done here, and they got to be able to get it done now, 7.
Yeah, I was looking at that map performance there. Korean barbecue lovers, okay, I see you. Let's see what you can do on this upcoming area. Also, THIRDEYE? Oh, it's about to be spicy.
Well, all right, let's get it into the last match. Let's go. Okay, let's send it on over to SPAD Cargo and Zute.
Thank you, Jukes. We're down to the last match before the living match. Top 12 is what we're looking at here, and as the desk pointed out, it is getting mighty close for, I think it was like 10th all the way down to 14th.
Oh yeah.
And Execute, they still have a big gap to catch up on this last game. They have the most amount of pressure on all the teams on the chopping block. So we'll see how they do. Will they be able to handle the extra added pressure?
You know, we'll just have to wait and see. It all is down to this last match here on Erangel. Here we go. That's a pretty good plane path. You know how last time we said, oh, this is a pretty decent one. We haven't seen one of those in a while. It looks like this plane path, once again, being a little bit more forgiving. It looks like most of the teams, they're not playing this round. Panthers, WALLSTREETBETS, Staller Gaming, all towards the top. And back-to-back, we already knew, unfortunately, 16th place, that's where they're going to stay. Really? I really want to keep an eye, in my opinion now, on the Korean barbecue lovers just because of that last graph that ended up being shown. If they can get that much damage points, like, they have to get into 12th.
It's so close for those teams. Let me look. 130, 129, 128, 127, all 1 point difference. In the map or the zone, it's going to be hard to that northwestern region. Korean barbecue lovers, they got a long ways to go, sitting in 13th place, only 1 point away, but they got to travel quite far. And we mentioned potential hot drop shenanigans. I'm trying to see if there is any going on, like 7 pointed out, but it looks like everyone's playing pretty standard, pretty normal, most wanted, taking over back-to-back's position or their looting location over at Milta, but no hot drops. Everyone's still playing standard, as there is a lot on the line. APHELION Esports, I want to see them do something different, like just, I don't know.
Okay, like what?
Just group up as 4 and slam any compound you see that has people in it. You know, just have fun. Have fun for this one. Of course, like every game is good practice. So most likely, I feel like APHELION, they're taking this very seriously, especially since, you know, they're a team that has a huge spotlight on them. So I think they're going to try and use every opportunity to improve rather than just, you know, have some fun. Unless if they were, I don't know, if this was like the last day of the grand finals and they had like a 50, 60 point lead or something, then they might do something wild. But I think they're going to stick it, you know, to their usual strats and continue to play out the match like normal.
Yeah, and we were actually even talking about that a little bit, not live, actually. We really feel like that, you know, they absolutely dominated in the first couple of games, and now that they have this lead, they're not continuing to be at that level, but I think it's because they don't want to kind of get burnt out, right? Like, they know that they're in the lead, they're going to continue to do the best that they can, but they're not going to go overboard. They're, like, playing... I don't want to say safe, but they're playing smart. Is that the best way to put it? Because they're continuing to really get good points, but they're not absolutely being over aggressive or over anything to accrue like a billion points like they did in the first 2 days. So I think they're playing it so they're not going to get too stressed over things so that they can continue to hold on to their lead. And then if they need to later on to kind of bring that fire back up, they're going to be able to without being totally burnt.
I agree with that one. Looking at the teams that we really need to watch out for and where they're positioned. So Execute on the far southwest, they got to head quite a distance to get into zone. I think all the teams that we really wanted to keep a look out for does need to travel a little bit to get into the new circle. And once again, this is one of those northwestern circles. We've had a lot of these by now, but each time the zones ended in a very different kind of terrain, changing, you know, the end game pretty much completely. We'll see where this one goes. I'm hoping we get something crazy, like a crate ending with multiple teams that are on the cusp of, right, you know, like the top 12 making it there. That would be very enjoyable to see. Or we could potentially, crate ending would be nice. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
No, that'd be sick. I agree. I mean, that would just allow for a lot of people to get on in there, and then it's just going to be a big, stressful ending. Stressful for the players, which is unfortunate, but of course very interesting for us. And that really comes down to who can continue to survive in those very stressful situations until the very end, right? And I always like to kind of see the challenge onto these players. You know, some of them have been playing for so long, have been quite successful that I want to see them get challenged in situations like that. So I kind of agree. I kind of hope it's a great ending too, or at least goes back up onto that mountain.
The Knights making a sub 5-minute rotation with such a fast rotation. You know, there's one spot that they want.
Yeah.
It's the cube compound. That's the only reason they're rotating this early, this quickly. And it's honestly surprising for me that they get that cube compound for themselves, because they come in from Yasnaya, right? That is really far away from that cube compound that's right on that bridge in the middle of everything. Like, we have 19 Esports that loot at the crates close by. We have another team in George Pool that's close by. But neither of them ever go there. And I almost think it's a sign of respect, because they know if they take that spot, the Knights are so used to having that spot for themselves, the Knights will take a fight with you to kind of assert dominance, to leave that spot open for them every single time they play this map when the circle prioritizes that position. And I think that respect, you know, it's deserved, because we know the Knights, they will take fights with you if they want to. Even if it's like, you know, they have something to lose, the Knights won't back down. So the Knights taking that cube compound, 4 bros on the south, taking a fight with Execute. I think this is a targeted fight for Execute. They know they need more than just placement points. They need to pad their points with some elimination points. So they've rotated this way towards 4 bros. We'll see if they manage to find anything here. 4 bros already disengaged and looking like they're just trying to rotate into the zone instead.
I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. Even in last match, they were just so clearly more aggressive for those elimination points. And unfortunately now, Fate, he's trying to look for them, but 4 bros as of right now, they're kind of successfully escaping over towards the eastern side. You can see one of them, though, trying to get close enough, trying to catch up, kind of cut them off. But at this point, I think Execute might be pretty spread out. We'll have to wait and see how that fight develops, though, because they're going to continue to run into each other as they're making this rotation into this next zone. I mean, Execute, if they don't want a team to get away from them, they don't let them get away from them. Like, that is entirely possible. And yeah, here we go. We can kind of see 4 bros trying to go for a little bit of... They actually took the fight to them! No way! 4 bros! They were trying to escape, and it looks like they spotted out one member of Execute. And instead of stopping or continuing to drive away, they wanted to kind of make sure that they weren't going to get messed with. Telly tried to get a little bit of revenge, tried to kind of bring this back into their territory, but unfortunately, Master OP is keeping an eye directly on them. I don't know if Execute was prepared for this. Master OP does go down, though. That means both these guys are back on even footing.
Yeah, this is a scramble of fight. Not good for Execute, though. Even if they win this one, they lost a player, and with such a huge point lead that they need to catch up with. I mean, you want to keep a 4-man team up, and the fight's nowhere close to done. I think 4 bros and Execute pretty much stalemate. Both teams with different covers to be used, and both teams really spread out, so not going to be an easy fight to complete. And Telly trying to fade out some shots so his Overwatch could get a free knock, but Ori peeking out, very disciplined, making sure not to go too wide. Fate, he's got that scope, but he's not managing to connect anything with the mini.
Yeah, at this point, both these teams are kind of tearing each other up. I don't know if either of these guys are really going to get out of this kind of successful. As you can see, they are still inside the zone all the way down there to the southern side, but this next zone is about to pop, and they're in the midst of a fight. So no matter what happens, everybody in front of them is going to get to the good spots first. And especially because it goes further to the north, this is very interesting, Zute. This is definitely a 50-50 with that river, huh?
Yeah, also I called out crate ending, potential. Yeah, potentially we might just get that. I honestly don't know if it's going to go north or south. It is as 50-50 as it can get. Maybe like 51% to the north, but it's like,
yeah,
who knows where it's going to go. And Fate, he gets caught, goes around the corner, around the wrong side, and yeah, I think it's pretty much done for. I don't see Execute making it into the top 12 to play the Livik match.
No, I mean, they're really trying, but I mean, the game changes so much even when you just lose one player, let alone 2, let alone 1, and, you know, they're on the track to be down to 2 people left. And here comes 4 bros clock. I think they realize that they gotta make a wide angle around this to see if they can catch anybody else out, and he might be going for it. Execute, yeah, I think they're trying to get out of here, but I don't know. Four Bros, I think they're not going to entirely let it as Jason gets really close to Clock, actually. This is definitely, he's definitely taking the fight. I knew it. He was going to jump out of that vehicle, and he does actually hit. There you
Nice.
go. Nice headshot with that AK. Rips him out of that vehicle. So Execute at least will be able to pick up a few more eliminations, and that just leaves 2 people left for Four
Oh, they could get
Bros.
the revive too. They will get the revive off onto Fate also, so that's huge. Doesn't change the fact that they still lost Iris, and there's no way they could get Iris back up. There's no recall station in this game mode, unfortunately, for the Execute team. And, oh, good shot. Oh, he confirms Fate, so they won't be able to revive Fate, but that will give an opening for Telly to knock another player right there. That 4x scope definitely coming in handy. So they rack up more points, but now they're definitely down to 2 players. Not looking too good, not to mention, hey, by the time they get to zone, everything's going to be taken and the zone shifts north. Oh, good luck crossing the bridges because there will definitely be bridge camping happening.
Yeah, at that point, it's just... Yeah, I don't even know what I would do at that point. Get in the water, climb up one of those boulders far on the western side, something crazy like that. I don't know. While I want this to be a crate ending, I also really want it to go north because while we got a north one, what was it, like 2 days ago now? Like,
Yeah.
I can't get over it. Like, especially if it goes more towards Zarky. Like, please, those zones are always so interesting. You can actually see right here a couple of people potentially even preparing for that hard shift up to the northern side. It's, of course, it's going to be MEZEXIS and Most Wanted. They actually run right into each other. Unfortunately, MEZEXIS, they had such good games these last few, but now losing one person super quickly against Most Wanted, they got to get this res, and honestly, they got to go because MEZEXIS, they're starting to wrap around them. And Chase, actually, and Active going straight for one of them inside of a buggy. They want this fight.
Yeah, they want the fight, but they're chasing into a third team. Ace of Spades just minding their own business, and Sleepless will get caught by Ace of Spades. That works for MEZEXIS. That isolates the other 2 players of Most Wanted for them to take care of, but that might draw the attention of Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades might just rotate away from the center zone now to see what's going on between MEZEXIS and Most Wanted as the circle is about to shift right now. Will it go to the... That is as crates can be right now. That is... Woo! First time I've called out a zone ending I wanted at the beginning of the match. And this is as... like 3 circles in a row. Hey, we're heading that direction. It could still go anywhere, but crates looking like dead center right now.
I'm also pretty excited because the mountain still is inside of this zone. Nova is definitely using it as much as possible. Not even all of them are actually up there. It looks like really only 2 people up there. Maybe now they're sending another person I can see on that mini map right there, actually. So that means they're really going to go for the big overall view to try and take people down. Ace of Spades, though, continuing to kind of bully back Most Wanted here. They entered their territory first. Now Ace of Spades wants to make sure that they get out of here. And that gave the opportunity for MEZEXIS to just leave. And I think that might be the best thing for them because they can focus on this next zone instead of dealing with whatever shenanigans are happening right here with Most Wanted and Ace.
Definitely. They got to play this last match very carefully too, so we'll see how it plays out for them. On the other side of things, on the southern side, we have the Chosen and HQA. HQA, there's a lot on the line for them as well. Dope Esports, you see on that overall in 14th, Korean Barbecues in 13th. Execute, they're still in this game. I want to count them out, but they did find a central spot. You're going to need to get circle blast every zone and pick up a lot of eliminations. But there is a sliver of hope there for the Execute team. HQA, they need to rotate. The Chosen keeping their heads down right now. They'll make use of that knock they got and get away here. But not much left in the zone to play with.
Ooh, it actually looks like they're going to be making a rotation right by. They're really hoping to pick that up, but nope, unfortunately that hill is just going to cut them off, and they're going to try and get to the northern side of this mountain. I mean, you know, that mountain is actually a huge blocker for a lot of people trying to make any sort of rotation, and right into crates. Yeah, there you go. I mean, crates is just like a city, right? There's so much hard cover that a lot of teams might just try to utilize it to their advantage by sending straight on in and immediately having cover that they can use against other teams teams already there. 19 Esports is not going to be happy about that, especially because they're actually in a big 2-2 split. 2 of them are inside crates, and the other 2 are in the compound far to the eastern side.
Yeah, XQ actually getting a knock. I don't know if they're able to confirm that. I think he might just bleed out there, to be honest, because HK doesn't want to run across in the open. So that is a huge point for the Execute team. This compound, defendable with only 2 players.
True.
If nobody knows it's only a 2-man team. So we'll see how it plays out, because the next circle is going to pop on up. I like 19 Esports' attempt to play that 2-2 split. I don't think they're going to be able... Oh my god, it's a great ending. It's a great ending. Woo,
Yo,
okay.
I gotta get some of your luck. Jeez, yeah, you just like foresaw this for sure.
Ask and you shall receive. Let's see. So I mean, oh man, Dope as a 4-man team. They really need this game. They're gonna be able to go straight into crates. Everyone's gonna make their way into crates. Right? Look at that, Nova straight into crates. 19E straight into crates. The Chosen straight into crates.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go. This is gonna be, and we still got Livid coming up, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a great way to end the week.
This is gonna be a warm-up for Livic, right? All the chaos. Oh, here we go. A lot of people just running across into crates at this point. Unfortunately, it looks like Sup Pig is gonna go out with a big explosion. I mean, so many people trying to get in here with vehicles that just opens up a lot of explosion knocks or even deaths for these guys to get, especially if you're already comfortably inside of those crates. Yeah, see? Like, even happening right here. Nova, they're already inside. Here comes yet another team. They're trying to protect it the best they can. Tried ripping out of the vehicle, and ooh, Rin, I think, just barely missed that from Quan's angle there. It was like almost perfect, but now since he's so low HP, he's stuck in that tower for a while. Nova, if they have any utility left, they just need one perfectly placed nade.
Oh man, the chaos. Oh, that car is trapping him in. He gets in the vehicle, pops out the other side. Korean barbecue lovers do manage to make it in, completely safe. I mean, Quan gets knocked. Definitely revivable. Joey's, he's got to dodge some bullets on the way into there. And I think Korean barbecue lovers... Wait, where do they... They're just down to 2 players. I thought they still had 4, but it was actually THIRDEYE from behind taking over this position where the other 2 players were. And it's all out mayhem right now. Zone is still slowly coasting in. Everybody pretty much in the zone by this point. And we're going to see where it shifts, as it's a mess of colors right now in the race.
Well, the ones that we were... Oh, wow.
That's Korean barbecue lovers out.
Yeah, I was going to say, all the people that were specifically trying to watch for around that 12th place cutoff are all basically inside the crates, because there are still a couple of people that are not in here, but there are teams that are already definitely secured or not going to make it. Like, the hit list is too far away from this, and up to the northern side, it's like APHELION's up there with Angry Amateurs, and that's it. Otherwise, everybody else in these crates trying to slowly pick each other off.
Yeah, Korean barbecue lovers, they just went out. They were in 13th overall, so they will not be playing in that Livic match. That's why I shouted that "oh no" when he drove that car away. APHELION, I mean, they're chilling. Clown 1v4, don't matter. He could go down. They were just gonna play the Livic for fun at this point with how much of a point gap they have. Angry Amateurs to the north side right now, and it's just pretty much, it comes down to the players in the crates. That's where it all comes down to. Everybody, like you mentioned, that's not in the crates that are still up, they're either too far away from that top 12 cutoff, or they're pretty much already in it. So we'll see how this goes. There's also the second place contestant between the Knights and Nova. That's still a thing we've got to watch out for. And Nova and the Knights right now, still both teams with 4 players up. Next circle shift right into the crates.
Ooh, that's worse. That's worse. I much rather would have had the crates if I was a player. This instead is almost half water. All of these cliffs right here, they do have some rocks so you can play off, especially if you're the hit list, but that's about it. Otherwise, everybody else still might try to prioritize just getting in those crates and pushing up into those warehouses, because everywhere else is pretty difficult. And you're right that the Knights and Nova, they're kind of fighting for that second place position. The Knights are so far over to the eastern side that they might try and crash on a Nova.
No.
No. I think they're going to try to go a little bit more to the northern side of them, huh?
Yeah. I think no one wants to crash on the eastern side and fight through the mess and chaos that is the crates right now. They might try and just like circle around and just harpoon their way into like a position I feel like that is almost a better decision. Meanwhile, on the north side, Ace of Spades still fighting right now with Most Wanted. Most Wanted nowhere close to the top 12. They're pretty much out here in 20th place too. Most they can do is maybe secure a 2-point bonus rather than 1 after the first week is over, but it's just Alucard right now. We've seen Alucard do a 1v3 just recently, but not able to do anything here as he does go down. THIRDEYE going into the crates, getting really torn up right there, and yeah, it is just absolute mayhem right now.
Well, yeah, and they even left one person behind. Now he's just running around down to the southern side, probably trying to see if there's another way that he can enter into the crates or maybe get some other better vantage point for the rest of his team. I'm not even sure, as Execute is actually officially out here too. HQA being able to take him out with some explosions. APHELION, they're out too, but we already know that they're making it into this last match on Livic anyway. And honestly, the best people, people with the best position as of right now, I feel like is Dope or HQA. So I'm interested to see both of those guys continue to take on these fights now coming out of the crates. Nova still all 4 strong. They're all in the crates, but they got to move. And I feel like they've already used a lot of their utility. I'm curious to see just how much more that they have.
Yeah,
Oh, they
MEZEXIS right now.
good.
Yeah, MEZEXIS is also down to just a singular player. I think you just saw it over on the top. They were 10th overall, so very close to that chopping block too. Everybody right now just trying to nab as many points as possible. Even the teams that are sitting firmly in that top 12, they want every point possible still for that bonus point. That's why I absolutely love this new format. THIRDEYE pushing in from the blue into the Nova team. I don't think they could do much though, because Nova just playing together so tight-knit. You take one peek at one player, there's going to be 3 more heads popping out at you. Nova as a wrecking ball, just moving through these zones, and the next zone pops up straight onto Dope. The Knights are also in the zone, and the Knights doing exactly what you were saying. They just wrapped up through the north and controlled the entire northern side of the zone. Love the way they're playing this.
Yeah, especially because the zone continued to pull up there. I think that they decided to be a little bit more careful and not just choose a location to go in willy-nilly. They wanted to wait yet again for this next zone to shift. I like the HQA deciding that making the rotation is going to be a little bit more tough, have decided to take the fight with Nova instead. Crystal Pig trying to get something with a huge nade. Unfortunately, will be knocked instead. Nova doing some good defense as their teammate is slowly getting rezzed here. The blue zone, though, it's moving. It's about to get on them. So they, if they're going to take this fight with HQA, have to do it now. And I think they're actually going to be forced to, because the only other way that they're going to leave, it's going to be completely out in the open for HQA to take advantage of. They still do have a good amount of smokes, though. They didn't end up using all of their utility, and that's going to get them into the next section that's still held by yet another team. It's the Chosen. So no matter where you go at this point, there's still a lot of people that you're gonna have to go through. Ooh, nice fancy C. Probably just had a heart attack peeking on over and seeing 2 members of Nova. They're starting to get slowly cleaned up, and HQA, they're actually disengaged entirely. They're no longer pushing.
Yeah, Dope actually, third party fan right there when he made that peak, so it'll let Nova get their free revive, and yep, TC down to 1. Nova should be good, but like you mentioned, they got crossover in the open into Dope after this one. It just gets harder and harder, but at least Nova's picking up some elimination points here. Nova's really only kind of trying to fight against the Knights, and the Knights are in a way better position in the zone. Firm control, and oh man, Dope also really needing that position. That's gonna pretty much, I would want to say, secure them in the top 12. HQA somehow managed to get all the way up to those, what would you even call those things? Cranes? Yeah, the cranes.
I think so, yeah. From up there, I mean, sending a couple people up is pretty smart. That way you can just lay prone in the middle of it, probably save yourself from getting hit, and no way, Crystal Pig spotting out Xenox. I bet Xenox was just scoped in right there, but Crystal Pig takes him down first. There's still 3 members of Knights alive, but they were trying to get some sort of height advantage to gain information, no longer there. Now they're really gonna have to just be careful on what's around them, and that's adorable. Tossing each other some meds. Now that they're safely up on top of these things, you know, they can just kind of wait, take a deep breath, and reset just a little bit while this zone closes.
Man, the next circle is coming out. HQA, I don't know how they got up there. Nova is eliminated with a huge... Wait a sec. Is that a 4? 3? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was a 3-man nade by Aleski right there, just completely annihilating Nova. Oh man, I had to wait and read that kill feed right there. HQA, they get the zone. I think he's in the zone up there. The Knights now have to make the big move across the open into Dope. Dope still has 3. Knights down to 3-2. I think the Knights could break it in because if they have a couple smokes, they can make that cross. HQA trying to peek out a little too much at Aleski right now. This man, he's an MVP for Dope. No question asked.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But they're definitely not happy about HQA's presence now. It was Dope Circle for sure, but now that it kind of pulled back towards HQA, they kind of have to focus on them specifically. And it's not going to be good because the Knights, their first target is going to be Dope. You can see them closing that gap with a vehicle that they actually had left over. And now they're sharing these crates with the rest of Dope. Spec already kind of keeping an eye out. Looks like they're starting to try and figure out a way to make rotation just to get into the edge of the zone. But it's definitely going to be a fight between Dope and Knights next. I'm really curious to see MEZEXIS, what they're going to do far on the western side too.
Tensa gets knocked, making that cross. He was holding the cover, which was good, and he should be able to get revived. They know there's an HQA player up over the top, as that's who knocked him. Now Dope sandwiched between HQA and the Knights. I think Dope should just only focus on the Knights, though, because the Knights are pressing in closer. HQA is content just sitting back there. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS, they could kind of sneak in on all this chaos, but Crystal Pig on top of the crane is keeping a good 360 look over everything on the battlefield.
They did have a lot of smokes out there right now too, so definitely at least one is going to get inside this next zone. But yeah, see, even here, Knights are clearly looking for it too. At this point, these are just a couple of points that everybody is going to want, so they're going to keep on glancing over while they try and make some tactical movements inside of these crates. It looks like Knights going to get a little bit of advantage, getting a knock and a flush onto a member of Dope here, and it looks like MEZEXIS actually taking a lot of damage too. I feel like that means that there's only one left. 2 for Dope too. So the Knights, they're successfully keeping 3 up on this entire fight so far. As MEZEXIS goes out, that means there's only 3 teams left. 3 up for HQA. Where is it? Oh my god, it went to nowhere. There's barely anything there. All the fight is going to finish inside of these structures here.
Oh man, I think it's going to be a Dope. I think they're going to not make it in, but Dope is going to have a say in what happens in this final circle closing. Same with HQA, everyone's got to go out into the open. I don't know if the Knights have a couple more smokes to smoke their way in. Same with HQA, same with Dope. A 3v3v2. Win should go over to either HQA or the Knights. It can honestly go to anyone, but my money's on the Knights simply because they are the Knights. So we'll see what happens. Zone closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 very soon. And oh, Spec's got 4 smokes. That's more than enough to cover the crossing in. And I bet you the second Crystal Pig peeks up over the top. One member of the Knights is going to nail him in the head. And actually Dope and HQA, yep.
No way!
He peeks up a little bit too close to over. And I mean, this is a nice game. This 3v1? Yeah, 3v1 situation. Knights have this secured in the bag.
Well, Dope was so close. They had this position for the longest time, but the clear better position of HQA and the suppression of the Knights out took them. Cross now with barely any HP over there. The Knights, they're just going to wait them out. They know it's only one person remaining, and it looks like they're going to be a little aggressive on it, and that's it. The Knights succeeding in taking our last match before a special one on Livic here.
Yeah, this is huge for the Knights because this gives them more points ahead of Nova. We saw how close Nova and the Knights were getting to one another. This gives them a nice cushion for the upcoming Livic game. Now, the top 12, near that bottom, it was so close, and we saw so many teams still at the crates coming in to that, last few zones, trying to get as many points as possible. So right now we got a lot of calculating to do. We want to make sure we get the top 12 picked correctly before we head into the Livic match. So there's going to be some number crunching, which that's not our job. Apparently, Seven's dad is an accountant, so maybe he'll phone a friend, call his dad up, be like, yo, Pops, what are the points? We need it right now. Yeah. So we'll go to the highlights really quick, and then we'll be back with the analyst desk.
After experiencing all the thrills, highs and lows of the spring season, we are back again with some fresh PUBG Mobile action. The best of North America will lock horns once again in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022 season to determine who can claim the trophy. And to top things off, we have a fresh new format for teams and viewers to experience.
The league stage will consist of 3 phases, where every team will play 4 out of 5 matches per day.
After 5 days,
The top 12 teams of the phase will play an additional match on Livic. This process will repeat for each phase, with scores resetting to 0 and the groups being shuffled. The combined scores of the 3 phases will be used to determine the top 16 teams who will then move on to play the finals. Depending on the team's placements in the 3 phases, teams will also be awarded bonus points. All teams have 4 chances to earn bonus points. 3 times based on their phase rankings and 1 time for their overall league stage ranking. In the finals, teams will start with the bonus points that they accrue over the league stage. This means that teams who do well in the league will get a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will consist of 3 days with 6 matches played out per day.
the top 5 teams from the finals will move on to the regional championship. And the top team will be declared the winners of PMPL North America.
And that's the day. 5 matches here in the books. How about I was left speechless there just because of all the amazing gameplay. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners. Seven, see you sipping it. Span, I see you asking for just a little sip of it. You can't have none. You can't have none for what you did to these players. How dare you? How dare
Sharing
you?
is
You know what?
caring.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Nobody's trying to share this leaderboard, okay? Everybody's fighting for their own spot. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards and see where everybody ended up at the end of this whole phase. Woo-wee! APHELION Esports. Now, well, even though they got one more Olympic match, it is impossible for them to lose. So, yeah, they are good. But, hey, second on down 7.
I mean, that's going to be a guaranteed 20 bonus points for APHELION Esports. But as you were saying, I mean, Knights, Nova, they are going to be fighting for the bonus points as well. But you know what, man? This is all good. Yes, this ranking does. I want to see who the top 12 are. I want to see who those teams are going to be going to Livic. So if you can, just spin it. Show me that second page.
Let's
Show
see
me
it.
what I really want to see. I want to see if Dope Esports did.
Oh,
they did.
baby.
They did just enough, Hodgix. 142 points. We were suggesting, 135 points. Technically, THIRDEYE didn't even get close. I mean, they got a little bit close.
They didn't hit 135. Yeah.
But what's crazier too, I mean, HGA, that was a team that was, man, if I remember right, I think they were in 11th place before the match. So huge jump up for them. MEZEXIS, I mean, they're going to be in as well. 19 Esports. This has been a team, Hodgix, that has been so quiet this season so far. And I think we're seeing it why. I mean, they were barely able to kind of inch into the top 12.
Man, this is crazy to see. And you know what the crazy part is too? Again, let's take a look at the third page. This overall ranking, right? This next day coming up, it's all going to get reset, right? It's going to get reset so we can see who's going to get these points. But this overall ranking is going to continue, right? Because at the end of all the points total, then there's going to be another score for bonus points. So, like, let's take it as an example, right? Back to back. Let's just say if back to back wants to get those additional total bonus points of like 20 for first place, they have to get well over 100. They have to catch a lead of over 100 gap. Can you believe that?
Boy, oh boy. I mean, honestly, back-to-back is not going to get a chance to play on this. Livic, they will be watching. And for some teams, they might be watching, they might be thinking, you know what, it's kind of good that we're not playing on the Livic. No, do not think like that.
That's horrible. Yeah.
You want to play on this Livic. You want to be able to get those extra points, as we've been saying, is going to determine what the bonus points are going to be like. This is going to matter into the big scheme of things of all the teams that are all the 16 teams that are going to be qualifying towards the finals. Like, when we say every match counts, we mean it. And with this, you know what? For everybody that might have missed it when we did show it, we do have a new point system, and it is going to be for Livik. So first place is going to be getting 10 points. And guess what? Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5. But then from 9 to 12, 0 points. You can see there still. We're still going to be sticking to that 1 elimination per point. And I think that's going to be huge. That's going to be coming really handy, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and you know what? I have so many questions. So, what kind of fights are we going to see? Is there going to be, is the third-party element going to be even more prevalent than Sandhawk? What kind of rotations are there going to be? Is there going to be anyone playing with the heal strat? My mind's going a million miles an hour. I need to know. I need to know what's going to happen. This is the first time we're seeing Livik professionally, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, me too, man. This is going to be insane. With this whole new format, it has just wreaked havoc on PMP. I love it. I actually really like it. Let's take a look at what these players are actually fighting for, okay? It is for those bonus points. And again, we keep saying bonus points for those guys just tuning in. These bonus points will be applied to the finals. So imagine starting the final with a 50-point lead over the rest of your teammates. You can actually get an 80 total if you get first across this whole thing. But look at this. First place is 20, second is 19, third, and it goes down one by one by one. And we know the value, 7, of 1 point. We've expressed it so many times, right? So each one of these teams, I mean, if you can do anything you can to get second, that's huge. If you can do anything you can to get third, that's massive. 1 extra point there. But also, if you're APHELION Esports, all of the weeks combined, is 20 points as well. So they want to continue that lead. They want to make that gap even bigger just in case they have a bad week, right?
I mean, APHELION Esports, and this is hypothetically speaking, right? If for some reason they dominate every single phase, and after all those 3 phases, they're still first place on the overall ranking, they could have a star on the finals by an 80-point, just 80-point advantages. We don't know what the other teams are going to be getting, but you could be starting the finals with an 80-point advantage. And that's just huge. Now, Sandstorm, you were talking about Livik. You were talking about some of the fights that we're going to be seeing and all that kind of stuff. Guess what? I did get a chance to see a little bit of Livik in some of the fighting in PMWI. With that said, there was a lot of third party. Like, it's pretty much Sandhawk's younger, little crazier brother, where you're not really going to have that much time to think. You're not really going to have that much time to be super technical with your rotations unless you really, really try your hardest of staying outside of the circle. But something that we're going to be seeing a lot here are going to be shotguns. I mean, going back to SD top clutching a big time, winning a 1v3. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, okay? I'm hoping to see some shotguns, and I'm hoping to see some great clutches out of this team, Sandstorm.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be the first, hopefully, of 3 Liviks that we're going to be seeing throughout this tournament. And because it is the first one, this is the one that's going to set the scene, I feel, for the future weeks as well. And of course, because we reached the end of the week here, we finally finished those 25 matches. We're already going to be spreading out the money for the people just because we have prizes for the most chicken dinners. We have the prizes for the most eliminations as well. And of course, we have the MVP prize. There's so many prizes given out to everyone. And of course, Livik, that might give him a little bit of an advantage as well towards the end of the week. That's an extra chicken dinner. That's an extra chance to tie, but I think it's set in stone already. Yeah, that's going to be massive for those teams.
Yeah, an extra points is great, but that extra chicken dinner is even more important, right? For that extra bonus price like you were talking about there. It's going to be crazy because this is the first time we're going to see Livik out here. Tell us what you think about it. Of course, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA at us, at the official channels. You guys know what to do. Of course, show some love on Facebook, on the YouTube channel, all of that good stuff here because this is going to be crazy. This is also the first time we're going to see the M10 shotgun. We're going to see that M10 out here. And I have a feeling we're going to see a whole lot of it. Well, guys, we got an awesome video for you. We're about to show you guys. And we will be back right after this.
A scout is one of the most crucial roles in the team due to the stakes involved. In competitive PUBG Mobile, enemy teams lie waiting for you with traps in most unexpected places. And when you don't have the zone, looking for a safe space becomes a deadly task. That is why a team needs a player who is experienced in taking the risks of scanning spots from a distance and sharing that necessary intel with the team, so the rest of the members can travel to locations safely. A scout must have superior map knowledge as they search for vantage points in the zone. This not only involves knowledge about every particular angle the location provides, but also avoiding driving through such angles where enemies can easily bring you down. Scouts must scan the target location multiple times before sharing confident intel. Depending on the circle, they might also have to make the decision themselves whether the team must push to a certain location or not. It is recommended to appoint the IGL of the team as a scout, as they can make decisions for the team while having first-hand information to work with. Scouts need to make sure that they always pinpoint the location of interest by using the universal marker, so that teammates don't get lost across different directions and calls get miscarried. Even after landing on a place, if the scout sees the situation is lost, they need to convey the message instantly, so that the team rotates away from the location, even if it means leaving the scout alone in front of the enemies. That is why maintaining a distance of at least 100 meters between the scout and the team is a must. As for vehicle choice, the buggy is best suited for scouting, but you can also consider using the Dacia or the UAZ if you're worried about getting stuck in a rough place when enemies pop off your tires. In short, scouting is all about knowing which line to cross and which not to. Watch the pros take it on in the next intense PUBG Mobile esports match.
Welcome back, everybody. Big shout out to the homie John. Hey, I saw you saw Kiyoshi in that video. Oh man, I saw a little tear drop down your eye for the old name. Hey, but he's still in here? You still in here, Seven?
Bro, I missed the mullet, man. Hopefully, we can get a chance to see him perform again. I knew I recognized that mullet from afar away, so come on.
Of course.
Kiyoshi, you do have a different name now. I don't know why you changed your name, but please, the chosen mullet one, come back to us. Please.
The mullet legend. Hopefully we'll see him walk back into the sunset, dude. Big shout out to John Allen for showing that awesome video. They're teaching us a little bit about scouts in PUBG Mobile. Let me get some scout OPs in the chat. Maybe some hashtag. Oh, I like the way you threw that one back, Seven. Woo! Just like that. Got that edge up, baby.
Clean with it.
Let's go. Let's go here, guys.
From Wish.
From Wish. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, who is going to be the original winner of this first Livic? Let's find out right now. Thank you so much, guys. Let's take it on over to Span Cargo and Zute to wrap this one up.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Livic. First time ever for the North Americas. I wonder who's hot dropping in Midstein, because I know Midstein is one of those cities. It's almost like a boot camp. Pretty much Midstein and Power Plant. I think those are the two central locations with a lot of loot that usually the plane path, you can make it over. And also, Livic works a little bit differently as far as the parachuting mechanics go. Of course, for all the pro players playing, they should know it works differently. So I don't think we are going to see any mishaps with jumps, but there's definitely going to be some hot drops. At least I think so. Unless these teams have been scrimming and they've already planned out who's getting which area. But here we go. Livic. 12 teams, top 12 teams. Let's see how it plays out.
Oh boy, I'm so excited for this one. You're right. I do feel like there has to be at least a couple of hot drops, because I feel like there's only a couple of places on here that's quote unquote has the best loot. And unless they all decided collectively where each other are landing, I feel like it's going to happen. I think that's probably why the Chosen dropped immediately right off plane path. It doesn't want to get close to anybody whatsoever, and there's already some shots being seen towards the center there, towards that power grid, that power plant place that you were just talking about.
I'm not surprised the Knights get Midstein to themselves. The biggest dogs in the lobby, pretty much. APHELION Esports, I wonder where they dropped, but we do... Oh! Here they are. APHELION Esports actually getting contested against. It is the Panthers. Ooh, this should make for a very interesting fight. One of the top fighting teams against the first place overall team. Chico
Ooh.
with the Uzi. Good nade. Damages them up. Zuki with no first aids, no bandages. This could be bad. And we've heard third parties are a thing. Got dope right in the midst of things. And they are definitely hearing these gunshots too. So first zone hasn't even popped up yet. And there's already a potential of a 3-way fight.
Oh, for sure. 2 teams in Crabgrass right now. Dope, honestly, not really having a set location. I feel like they tried dropping where 19 Esports went, and then when they got contested, they kind of pulled out, but not officially. Yep. It's kind of a big mess, a big mixture. I'll also say that apparently for APHELION, not all 4 of them are inside of Crabgrass with the Panthers. One of them is really close to Aleski from Dope, as you can see there on that mini map, a little further to the western side. So if these guys were to get into a full-out fight right here in Crabgrass, APHELION, they might be on the losing end. We can see the Trick is actually getting closer now, though. He probably identified that he needs to finish looting wherever he was and get over here as fast as possible. I think that's why they're also sitting so passive, waiting for their 4th to get here so they're strong.
I'm seeing Nova do a huge split on the east side. It's giving me kind of Sandhawk vibes. They might actually try to do first aid strategy on this map. We'll see as the zones go on, as casualties finally happening. Right there, MEZEXIS loses the very first player, taking a fight with WALLSTREETBETS. That's towards the south side. It's just a one-off, though. And one player of MEZEXIS getting caught. Everyone else still far away from the fight. And this standoff continuing to play out. Zone, by the way, smack dab in the middle of the map. We got 2 more Livics in the upcoming 2 weeks. I do hope one of them ends up in the Iceborg area. And hearing, I'm getting some news right here. Apparently, we might be getting a rehost. So I'm not sure. Some issues have happened with the launch of this match, but we'll get to see some action play out right before that. Some shotgun. That's the shotgun HotJukes was talking about. That pump, the M10, I think, and the self nades. There we go. The players have got the rehost message. And hopefully we'll see some spectacular action before we go back into the lobby.
It looks like that's why they're all being super aggressive right here. Here we go. Soulfly prepping that nade. I think that landed almost exactly on top of Suppig, but unfortunately I think that fence getting right in the way. So I don't know. It looks like they're waiting to fight for this last couple of minutes here.
Oh man, the late game for Livic is gonna be so loud, simply because the map is so small. Anytime we see a fight, there could be another fight happening just 100 meters away. So it's gonna be all out chaos. And I think with the potential remake coming up, we'll get to see. We'll get to see if the teams drop different. Oh, Casper, hold on, 1v2. Frost got a lot of HP. Coming down, pre-firing, not a single bullet connects. Peeks back down, there we go. First Frost getting the better end of that. And it's just, I mean, everyone's fighting in the elimination feed. Just everyone going down here. Trades back and forth with the Knights and Nova, the 2nd and 3rd place team. APHELION Esports, I think they've already started fighting with the Panthers, and APHELION down to 1 according to the feed right there on the right-hand side. But I think the rehost will be happening very shortly now. Yep, the players are disconnected, staring at the walls. So with this rehost, like, we saw the Panthers and APHELION dropping on top of each other. And Dope trying to find a spot between 19 Esports and the 2 mentioned teams that might cause some different drops to happen. Not to mention the plane path was very far to the north. So with the remake, if the plane flies a little bit differently, we could see another set of hot drops happening, because, you know, the plane path does dictate where the teams will potentially go.
And it sounds like we're about to jump into another video, a little bit of an interview to give you guys something to take a look at before we're back.
After a commendable run in the spring season, Helping Quit Addiction is introducing new faces to its team to change the tides. Lubu is coming on board as their new fragger and God Dragon K as their new support player. Shiwong will continue to lead Team HQA as Crystal Pig and Cross carry on their roles as fragger and support respectively. Can these new talents help their team soar higher than ever before?
Kind of peeking on over there, but looks like he really needed to reload his gun. That's why he had to go ahead and back off. Russ is trying to prep the nade in front of that vehicle. Gives King Pig the opportunity to make the push to happen, and enough damage does, in fact, the knock. Now it's just Masters OP, and King Pig knows exactly where he is. Once again...
Last season, after some initial struggles in the qualifier of PMPL NA Spring 2022, the team delivered their best run in the league stage. Averaging almost 150 points in the first 2 weeks, HQA was excelling towards a top 3 finish. However, the team started crumbling as the final laps closed in and lost consistency in week 3. Although it was still enough to offer them an admirable 5th place finish in the league stage, the team dug its feet too deep to show improvement in the finals. The strain caused by miscommunications were even more clear in the finals, where HQA failed to capitalize on multiple occasions and let guaranteed wins slip away from their hands. But there were occasions where the team offered us glimpses of their true potential when all 4 players came together. Like how they tackled the 3-way fight with Knights and Boring Protocol and cornered both oppositions to secure a 10 elimination win.
Getting this rest.
But again, I feel like HQA, they should have capitalized on this way before. They had a huge opportunity to, but it's okay. The man just backs up on his feet, instantly gets knocked out again. Xenox will fall down. Now it's all down to Coops, trying to clutch this one out. Has to be next to impossible. 4 men just approaching right on top of you as the Coops. There's going to be a lot of pressure surmounting. There you go. The Coops is going to be Pacer, currently in the elimination leaderboards as well. He's able to find G-Man. Now he needs to face the 3 players.
With renewed energy, this time they'll be seen contesting for hot drops like Pachinki, San Martin, and Hot Tin. Let's see how well the mix of old and new blood sync, given that communication has been the team's most pressing issue. Catch them live at PMPL North America Fall 2022.
In PUBG Mobile, the 4-wheelers indeed offer the most convenient traveling experience. However, you might want to lose some weight for higher mobility to pull off a cool, narrow escape and get your squad to the finish line. Bikes come with a peak speed of 164 kilometers per hour, making it very difficult to chase down using other vehicles. Especially during urban fights, a bike can be your ticket to storm through the alleyways and leave your enemies in the dust. It's also a good option to scout unmapped territories and ensure safer travel routes for the rest of the team. But like all good things, the 2-wheeler comes with its own set of cons. And if not careful, might lead you straight to your doom. The motorbike is not as flexible. Making sudden turns on this is an impossible task due to its stiff handling mechanics. So having a thoroughly planned escape route is a must when you're being chased down by enemies. If there's a turn you must take, the rider must stay prepared for it at least a few seconds before the point. Plus, to maintain acceleration through the uneven terrains of Erangel and Miramar, it's crucial to adjust the tilt of the ride while you are airborne, unless you wish to fall flat on your face. Then, there's probably the most cursed bike in PUBG Mobile, the 3-wheeler. To be considered only as a last resort, the only advantage it offers is that the side passenger will be able to shoot any weapon with full accuracy. But would you risk it all for one gunner? Stick around and see how the pros get it done.
All right, we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed those videos because the players are gearing up for that Livik match still. It is still happening, and we got a few small glimpses into the hot drops and how it might play out. I want to see someone contest mid, man. Like, the Knights, of course, they get it for free, but I just want to see a hot drop in mid team for the good old times, right? Like, I remember when Livik first came out, Everyone was dropping mid-steam, and it makes for some really chaotic battles, especially with the fact that there's so much loot there. I think we saw when the Panthers and APHELION Esports, when they were sharing that crabgrass area, there were not a lot of guns to be had. We saw, I think, Trick like hopping across the road until he finally found a Vector.
Well, I was even going to say, it's kind of nice with the rehost because since we're only going to get 3 of these Livics, I'm sure that everybody dropping in that first one was like, I have no idea what to expect. At least that's how I was feeling. So now maybe they'll be able to, basically it's like a redo, right? Like if they landed somewhere or with somebody that they realize that they don't like,
yeah,
they're about to be able to change it on up, and we might have a more intense Livic map. So I think this is a kind of an opportunity to see some different things happen. I'm curious to see if the Panthers and APHELION are both going to drop in crabgrass again.
Yeah, what I want to see the most is that first circle go somewhere else. Like that first circle was so smack dab in the middle of the map, kind of boring, right? I want to see one like pop up like an Iceborg. Like imagine that. Like that'll be an area of the map that I don't even know, because like I don't think I've ever really been up there. Maybe once just to check out like the ice buildings around there. I think there's like a statue or something like that. But I want to see fights happening over there. I want to see a circle hardship up there, or even like down to the dry dock in the far southeast. Like so many of these areas I've honestly never really seen in action. So here we are, the players right now, a little bit of a scenic tour for Livic. Here's that ice area I was talking about. I think this is towards the northeast, as players are still, you know, prepping. This is, they haven't dropped just yet. They have yet to board their plane, and here we go. Now they've boarded the plane, and this plane path, yep, completely different from the previous one. We're starting from the southeast to the northwest now.
Okay, I think this will be a little bit more interesting in that we're going to see so many more people dropping on this little island down here on the southern side, right? Around Shipyard, Waterfall, and a lot more people. I mean, we got to see a couple of people stretch out towards Power Plant and even further, but now it's clear, right? Like, we're probably, for sure, going to see people in those areas, while a couple people still continue to stretch up to the northern side. Looks like HQA is going down to the southern side. Who was it? It was the Chosen that jumped out of the plane immediately in the blast plane path. It looks like it's not just immediate. They do in fact like the northern side. Already a fight happening down here on the southern side. HQA versus APHELION. APHELION just cannot catch a break in terms of not getting contested for their first spot.
Yeah, it's working out for them though. They already picked up 1 point. It looks like they're about to pick up a second, because HQA, they're very separated from each other. Lubu coming in. You see on that mini map, trying to come close to support. And keep in mind, APHELION Esports, even though they're first place no matter what pretty much for this first week, a good thing to keep in mind is that every point they get adds to their overall league total, which is another factor in how many bonus points you get. So we have 3 rounds of bonus points, right? Week 1, week 2, week 3, and the 4th round of bonus points comes after the end of week 3, where we total the week 1, week 2, and week 3 points. So every point still matters, especially if APHELION has a bad week. A good trade right there. And I think that is 2 more players of HQA down. APHELION will get that full reset. They will confirm 3 elimination points for themselves. Looking really good right now.
I actually have to laugh while this map is still up, because we were wondering if they're going crabgrass again. There's nobody in crabgrass. Neither team wanted that contest. I really don't think APHELION wanted it, but they have it anyway. And now it's just cross left, and he is out of there. He is in the water towards that western side. I doubt that they're going to be able to find him, and I don't think that they're going to want to go over in that direction anyway, because this first circle has finally revealed itself and kind of pulled down to that southeastern side. Looks like Ace 19 Esports, we've already been seeing them fight just a little bit, but Ace is going to be able to get yet another knock at the 19 Esports.
This is definitely a more interesting zone than the previous one, I'd have to say. If it goes around where the Panthers is, there's a lot of hills, and not just hills, like you have these giant pillars of mountains. You can't get to the top, but it kind of just juts out from the ground and creates quite interesting cover to play around. Here on the northwest, a lot of teams here, 19 Esports, Dope, and ace of spades. And with this map being so heavy on third partying, I think one thing that teams do want to do is engage in fights extremely early rather than later. Because if you keep waiting until later on, you're going to get hit from all sides no matter what. So you want to start clearing out your side of the circle, even from the start of circle 1.
True, and oh my goodness, we already knew that Ace and 19 Esports were getting a fight, but Dope actually is deciding to push that. I think that is an interesting decision. Dope, this entire time, I feel like hasn't been super aggressive, but in this one, I think that they might be deciding to, right? So if they get rid of these guys, then they're almost in control of this entire side. The Chosen is still up here too. I'm kind of curious to see if they hear the shots as well, if they'll also go in this direction.
Yeah, the Chosen getting closer and closer. The Knights getting a knock onto the Panthers. It's somewhat of a long distance knock. I don't know if the Knights want to push out here because the threat of third partying is very high, and the Knights are honestly in a good position. So I don't know if they want to stick their heads out too much. But we see Dope getting very close. And actually, one of the players of Dope, Alexi, I think he's laying a trap for the Chosen. He's communicating to his teammate here. I hear footsteps over here. So maybe they're going to be fighting two. No, I see all of the Dope coming back to, instead of third party, the team take care of the Chosen. And Alesky's in a perfect position right now. Oh, he's making noise though. So the Chosen know.
Oh, yeah, they couldn't quite spot him behind that rock there. Oh, but he does enough damage. Fishy spots out Gaji anyway. He goes down, and now he can clearly hear somebody right below him. Oh, he spotted him out, and he had no idea. I don't think First Frost heard him at all.
Yeah.
He gets the knock. He tried going for the flush, but I think he heard yet another member of the Chosen right beside him, so he decided to pull off of that sub. Pig still alive. You can see fans PC a little bit further away. It's just those two left, and now for sure, they're keeping their heads down. Dope, I'm actually interested by that decision. They were about to go ahead and third party that, but instead decided to take a fight with somebody fresh and new coming in right behind them.
Yeah, if they took a fight with that third party, the Chosen was going to fourth party that. So it was actually a really smart idea to just take care of the team behind them. And it looks like APHELION, they actually took a small botation. I saw on the minimap, they just went from the southern island up to the main island of Livik. But the Panthers caught out one of their players, and that is Nate, eliminated right now. First circle, blue zone, still closing in very, very slowly. So teams are just seeing where they could go, how close they could get to center. And the second that the shots ring out, I think everyone's just staying still and just waiting for the zone shift before any more action is to be had.
Yeah, it's like an interesting mix, right? Like I feel like they're clearly running towards each other, like they're making aggressive moves forward. But then some of them, once they actually get in those fights, they're happening pretty slowly. Like even with Ace and 19 Esports, like that kind of has already ended, right? Like they're kind of stepping away from each other. And the Chosen, right when they're down to 2 people, they didn't want to push it anymore. I feel like that made sense, but a couple of people still decided to just disengage off of that. I still think that they're definitely prioritizing at least keeping a couple people alive rather than trying to ensure wiping the other team, right?
Definitely. And the longer fight draws out, the higher and higher the chances for a third party and fourth party and so on. So that's why these teams are disengaging rather fast. And HQA Cross, last one up. I don't think MEZEXIS knows he's in here, so Cross might get lucky and get 1, maybe 2. But we'll see what happens here. And oh, we forgot the zip lines. There are zip lines on the southwestern area of the map that you can take that will just pretty much straight shot you to the other end of short distances. It's like about, I would have to say, 50-meter zip line distance. And yeah, they're getting really close to Cross.
I would
Cross will be okay.
He's holding his breath though, and Active just peeked on in there, and now they're leaving. I wonder if they were continuing to loot or if they heard him or something, but they didn't find him, and now they're leaving completely inside of a vehicle, even like quickly leaving back up to the northern side. That's why I'm like interested if they were trying to look for a few more things or if they maybe heard him. I'm not quite sure, but Cross stays alive.
Cross will live for now. Also, the placement points, by the way, I work a little bit differently here. First place is 10 placement points versus the typical 15 that you get. So this map is more elimination heavy for you know, picking up as many points as you can, especially with only 12 teams. Placement points are changed up quite a bit. Elimination points though, still 1 point per elimination. And right now, Dope with 2 and the Panthers with 1. APHELION have 3 elimination points. Ace of Spades and 19 Esports both have 1. There you go. That's the current updated status of all the teams. And finally, we will be heading into the second circle shift. And oh, that's a lot of water in play. Makes things a little bit interesting. Maybe Shipyard? If it goes even further east. This is actually a pretty rare circle when it comes to Livik, I'd have to say.
That would be a really interesting ending, actually. This also opens up a couple of interesting rotations, I think, from teams. Instead of all of them focusing on being on the mainland and coming in like to the northern side of this river, I have a feeling that a couple of people are going to try to utilize that island down to the south, and I'm really going to be curious who's going to take it. I even think I see APHELION already crossing right on back, so I think these are going to open up a couple more interesting macro play decisions from these teams. MEZEXIS though just full on driving straight into APHELION. Actually, I wonder if they saw them or maybe they're all trying to rotate here. Actually, MEZEXIS, 2 of them are currently knocked, but same with the side of APHELION. Inactive trying to get yet another knock onto them, though it looks like the round over this fence is about to happen, and Cloud just barely misses that onto Inactive. Inactive had no clue that he was there, but luckily he'd stepped into the safety just in time, trying to go for those reses. Want to make sure that they are strong. Cloud now being the last one alive for APHELION. I was not expecting that whatsoever, and he's going for it. He tried being aggressive, but MEZEXIS, Inactive heard him. APHELION, they're out.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. And already you see the Panthers hearing those shots. They're peeking on over here. They're sending 2. I don't think they'll have the sight lines that they'll need to third party this, but unfortunately for APHELION, that is going to end their reign of points for the week number 1. Of course, they're still sitting pretty. They're fine. And here we go, Star Gaming getting some zipline action in right there. That's always beautiful to see. I want to see a player get shot off the zip line. That'd be cool. I wonder if they get shot off. Will we see them like knocked in the air flying downwards? That'd be a cool animation to see, but they're about to get an engagement with MEZEXIS. Don't know if they know they're here. Oh, now they do. They definitely know Star Gaming is here.
Yep, Flawless gets down and flushed almost immediately. I mean, MEZEXIS, they had taken out all of APHELION and were allowed to reset. Like, they could have completely saved themselves in this game, but unfortunately, Star making the rotation right beside them. That's honestly unfortunate timing and kind of placement here. The rest of Star Gaming looks like Robert doesn't even want to try the rest of the zip line from what you said. He probably doesn't want to be shot off of it whatsoever. So he's going to start running for it, jumping into the water to try and cross to get to the rest of his team, especially because the blue zone is already moving. And for some reason, I feel like it is actually faster on that side. So they're going to start taking damage if they don't go fast. It looks like the Panthers. Chico also finds himself knocked. Ooh, his teammate almost goes down too. WALLSTREETBETS finding a nice cheeky location to lay prone and really do some damage.
Yeah, the Panthers playing a 2-2, but they were mainly, Chico and Fierce were mainly looking to third party that MEZEXIS fight, and now they're getting shot in the back themselves. That's the problem with Livik. It's so small. You got to be careful with the positions you take, and the zone is potentially going towards Shipyard. Problem is, so many teams might actually just end up getting eliminated before they can even set foot down there. Nova, I feel like they should rotate in, but honestly, if they sit there, they could pick up a lot of elimination points as well. And Fears, he gets off the first aid. Will the Panthers go back for these 2 players? Doesn't seem like it. And WALLSTREETBETS also taking shots at the Knights now. You got to be a little bit careful now that they're dealing with 2 different teams from 2 different angles.
Seems like they should be able to get that res onto him, as, I don't know, WALLSTREETBETS, they have to basically choose a direction, though. Are they going to go south into the Panthers that they are taking shots at, or are they going to go north into the Knights? Looks like they're definitely eyeing up the northern side. I feel like the south is just very much out in the open, so up to the Knights they go, at least to try and sneak on past them, utilizing that road as a little bit of a guide for them to keep on running forward. As the Panthers fears, he's going to have to try and figure out a way to get back to his own team. Looks like Hoops, though, not going to get rezzed, as WALLSTREETBETS are getting closer.
As Xenox tried to go for that res, he pulled out his juke moves, his zigzags, not able to dodge enough bullets to get to him. But he does manage to not get knocked, which is huge. Now one of MEZEXIS is knocked. I think they'll be able to get the revive. No, Xenox with the angle. Like, okay, this map is so small that even though it looks like they're far away from each other, there's so many different sightlines and angles, and I mean, everything is wide in the open. Xenox getting a nice position by just hanging back slightly. It's a three-way fight between the Panthers, Knights, and WALLSTREETBETS.
Oh, and he knows he's inside of that smoke. He's trying to confirm that down, doing so much damage through the smoke line there. And it looks like the Panthers, they decided, this is a place that they've been sitting in this entire time, but since WALLSTREETBETS and the Knights have kind of been traveling at the same time of this fight, the Panthers shortly are going to start being able to get involved too. WALLSTREETBETS, honestly, I would not want to be them. They're currently in the middle of these two big teams that are clearly thirsty for eliminations. They're taking so much blue damage at this point. They're just hoping that the Knights and the Panthers are going to get in a fight, but I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like the Knights are going to prioritize going a little bit further to the north, especially with this new zone deciding to center right up onto, do I even want to try to say that? Fiskerhus.
Fiskerhus? I think that's right. And there's that small island to the east of it that's in zone 2. We see one of the 19 esports players standing on it. Hopefully we can get a camera on him just so I could see what the heck he's standing on. That small little island. It's an interesting spot. But right now, the Panthers and the Knights and WALLSTREETBET, the fight's not finished for either of these three teams. And the Knights will eject out in a vehicle. I don't know if that's the play. They'll slow down a little bit, heal back up as Kenta did get shot down to 1 HP. And, oh, Brady with that DP. A deadly gun on Livik, especially given the fact that it's already a very overpowered weapon. On Livik, though, with the long-range sight lines, oh, man, that DP is huge.
Lots of bullets to utilize as well. WALLSTREETBETS, I mean, in an even worse position. At first they had 3 in the blue, now they just have 2, so it's going to be difficult to get out of there. It does look like the Knights are almost inside the zone now, but the Panthers did send somebody out there to kind of harass them. Most of those right beside the rest of the Knights. It looks like they're just doing a bunch of damage kind of back and forth to each other here. He could have something big if he realizes that they're inside of that smoke, except for the fact he doesn't have any nades, unfortunately. That could have been huge for him. Instead, he just has to utilize his weapon if he's able to spot them out.
And the zone already closed, and it is right on to Fiskerhus. The Knights maybe might be able to revive Spec. No, Spec is bleeding out extremely quickly right now. Nova's sitting really pretty, though. They look like they should be the favorites to win this game, as they still have 4 players alive. The only team with 4 players alive, and they have control of the zone. 19 esports, there's a chance for them to somehow sneak up and swim onto Nova's flank. No, Nova's already taking shots. I see right there on the minimap. So Nova completely aware, just picking up all of these bonus points right now. And the Knights had a huge game right before this, and that should have put them in a bigger lead in second place over Nova. But if Nova wins this game, I don't know who's going to take second place at the end of this first week.
Oh, I'm not sure. You're right. Both of them still being alive is pretty dangerous. And the Knights, actually, they're getting much, much closer to Nova right now. But not only them, but also Dope. Look, Fishy currently being super quiet on top of this rock. He actually wasn't facing in the direction of the Knights. And there's one right beside him. No, he's taking the shots right there, but I have a feeling he's going to be spotted out. And he does. Tenza able to actually get the knock onto him before he gets taken down. Now below half HP. Illusion having to pause to heal on up because the blue zone is now upon him, and this zone hurts. The Knights get taken out. Too many angles. It was just too much of a push for them to try and get in. It just down to 4 more teams left here.
Yeah, Nova absolutely uncontested. They're taking shots at everybody without barely a bullet flying back to them. The play zone is doing work. Rin is doing work. A double nade right there.
Nice.
It's all down to Illusion, and I don't know. Illusion does have a first aid kit. Rin is feeling it right now. Take some shots at Rin, and oh, the cover fire right back. The second Rin gets shot at. Nova absolutely dominating. It's a Nova win. It's just Star Gaming, and the last player, MEZEXIS, pulling out the hero kill strat right now. Oh, a little bit of a anticlimactic finish, I would have to say, especially for Livik. But hey, Nova got zone blessed, and they played it to a T. And it's funny. It's usually we usually see Nova in this position, meting for second place, and not the other way around. But congrats to Nova. Question is this enough points though to pass up the Knights for second place overall?
Ooh, I'm actually not sure. Like I said, I don't even remember what points they were at beforehand, and I'm not going to do the math, but I also think it's pretty huge that MEZEXIS was able to stay alive into that second place position, because they were also another team that just barely got into the top 12 to be able to play in this game. So we know that they're also looking for a good amount of points to make sure that they get even more bonus points by the end of this. So them just barely getting second from Start Gaming, also pretty big. I also think it's really funny that Nova, as of right now, thinks that it's somebody inside of the circle instead of considering that they might be in the blue. I mean, to be fair, there's still a lot of cover in this zone, but I still find it pretty amusing.
Yeah, and also with this map of Livik being played out, I think everyone will know it is possible to medstrat to second place. Now, placement points on Livik aren't as rewarding, right? It's not like the typical format, but with the knowledge that medstratting is a viable thing to get up to second place, well, I think Nova, you know, that's going to be one in their back pockets for sure now, and along with the other teams, because we see how difficult it is to fight into the final zones. This is pretty much, like Seven said, like a Sandhawk almost, but a little bit more chaotic. And there we go. Nova get... Wait a second. Is this Nova's first winner chicken dinner for this whole week?
I think you're right.
Is it? No? Have they won one before?
I think they have.
They have? Are you sure? Maybe.
According to Seven, it's their third win, and I trust him because he's the man with the numbers.
Okay. All right. I was about to say, if Nova's first ever win this whole week was a Livik match, I mean, that would be kind of funny. But okay, not their first win, but a good win nonetheless. So we're going to go to the highlights, and then we're going to figure out who's getting how much bonus points for this first week.
What you know about that Nova, huh? What you know about that Nova? Medstrats, put them to the side, bro. Put that down.
This was
put
Nova.
It down.
Jukes, this was Nova.
What?
Not
That's
today.
what I'm talking about, baby. Not today. Livik.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Watch out. Be careful. But you know what?
Duck.
Nova didn't be careful. Nova didn't be careful. They got 9 eliminations. And with the Livik match, eliminations matter a little bit more because placements, you don't get those extra 5 points there. So that is how you get it done. Let's take a look at the match ranking, see where everybody landed up and how many points they got as we go ahead and get into that. 7-19 for Nova. What do you think for you, bro?
I was surprised, okay? I was genuinely surprised. I feel like that circle, honestly, definitely plays Nova. Nova played the right game. And I mean, MEZEXIS, at the end, Nova was probably like, wait, what's going on? And then they'd realize, oh, this is what we do in Sandhawk. That's exactly what MEZEXIS is doing. And it worked out for them. I mean, 11 points, not bad. Dope Esports, too, being able to take advantage of all the madness going on for them to be able to collect at least 7 elims, 11 total points. Not bad. And what's crazier, Sandstorm, I mean, these are all, in a way, these are the teams that have been performing today. Star Gaming, WALLSTREETBETS, and then 19 Esports. I was talking about how quiet they have been. Well, guess what? They at least were able to get 4 points.
Woo! Yeah, that's the last page right there. As you can see, Panthers putting up 3 points. You know, APHELION Esports putting up 3. And, you know, APHELION's been pretty good because they already had that big, massive lead. HQA and the Chosen, that sucks for them. We're getting that big goose egg there. But you know what? As we bring it on back to us, I'll look you guys in the eye, okay? Chat, I'm looking at everybody right now watching. Actually, you guys can't see me because you can see the board.
I can see
but
you.
Just think
I
about
see
it.
you
Yeah,
too.
there we go. Mírame en los ojos, dude. Look at me. Who is going to get the most bonus points beside APHELION? We know it's Nova. But who's going to get it after that? That is the question. That is the question. Use that hashtag PMPLNA. Let's take a look at the overall.
Show me this overall. Show me the overall.
We got to know.
Hashtag PMPLNA.
I mean,
show us overall.
Bonus.
Oh,
okay.
bonus
Okay.
overalls. I like it.
But hey,
APHELION
this
Esports
still,
gets.
I was gonna say,
What?
Juice. This is still, I mean, how they ended up in that overall.
That's true. Yep.
So
It's the same way.
You do have Nova ended up passing Knights, and I do end up wondering though how close Panthers might have been able to get to Knights, if it even got close. I don't think it did though. Like the difference that was before this match, it wasn't even close. We do keep going down. I mean, we see some of the other teams chosen there with 12 points. You can continue to see some other ones. THIRDEYE being able to clutch up 8 points, and then back-to-back only 5. I mean,
crazy.
Jukes.
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, that now, like, let's see if you're back-to-back, right? And let's just kind of get in their body for a second, their minds. If you're back-to-back already, okay? Let's say if the finals were to start right now, that would mean that APHELION Esports is going with an entire chicken dinner above you guys. That's a big difference. You have to get a chicken dinner and hope they throw completely. That's a very, very bad place to be in. So if you're back to back, you have to go nuts in these future weeks and even harder because again, all the weeks combined are going to get bonus points as well. And APHELION has a massive, massive lead. So that's pretty crazy there. So that's the bonus point ranking. That's where everybody lines up. Let's see where everybody lands up on that overall total points. We're going to have tons of scoreboards here with this new format. And you can see here, 275 points. Remember.
Yo.
Oh,
wait,
it was
hold up.
tied.
Oh, my God.
It was tied. Same chicken dinners. So it went down to placement points.
Dang.
And Nova had just a little bit more placement points. Knights decided to go the elim route and couldn't get it done. One more point, and they would have had it.
Remember how
Nova
we were
would have
talking
gotten second
about
place. Yeah.
Remember how we're talking about a point can definitely make a difference, and we even mentioned about how there can be draws and stuff. I mean, this is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. We know this was bound to happen at least at some point. I was just honestly, Sandstorm, I was not expecting it to happen here on phase 1.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was gonna end this way. Not this close, anyways. But I mean, honestly, considering the results that we've seen in the first day of the tournament, second day of the tournament, this is not what we expected to see towards the end, but definitely a pleasant surprise towards the end of the first week here. Panthers still managing to stay in the 4th place with 194 points. WALLSTREETBETS, remember, we said these guys, they show up once and then they completely disappear, but now, after they managed to get themselves 4 chicken dinners throughout the first week, they are only 5 points behind 4th place, so that is not too shabby for them. But let's go down to that second page of the leaderboard. Chosen 19 Esports, 158. When you're looking at Chosen 154, also tied when it comes to it between them and HQA. So that is also going to be another team that has been affected by that 1 point difference. And you know what? This is the first week, but I'm looking into the future and I'm thinking maybe one of those teams might be suffering just from that 1 point, but might be too early to tell, but that's still going to be a very, very exciting end to the first week here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, what a performance. What a first week. I am loving this new format. I'm going to tell you that right now. I think it is a great way to just make sure that every player has to pop off in every single match. And we saw just right now, 7, right? I'm going to reiterate it, how 1 point could have made a big difference. What's going to happen come finals time? What's going to happen comes finals time, right? When that's the difference between a slot to the next stage and staying home all the way until spring, okay?
That's going to hurt.
Okay.
Don't want to be in that position. That's going to hurt real bad. Okay, now it's time to find out who is going to be that MVP. And first, of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners. Make sure you guys unleash that beast, and we're going to see who was the biggest beast here of the week. Who's that MVP? Sandstorm, give me a name. I want a name. That's it. No explanation.
It's not 7. That's for sure.
That's I said no explanation. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm just, you know what? Nate didn't really perform. I'd want to stick with. I'm gonna throw a Trick. I'm gonna go with Trick somehow.
Trick?
Yeah.
7?
I don't know.
I'm going Coops. I'm gonna go Coops.
Really?
I think he had a great performance overall. That was a real strong one that he had that day. Big points on the board.
I know which one, but I just don't want to say it a lot, you know?
MVP of the day. Okay, this is gonna be MVP of the day here. Now that we're saying MVP of the day,
that's what I'm gonna say.
Someone from there, maybe, because they had a strong performance. I'd say they had a
somebody
pretty...
from Wall Street Bets.
Wall Street Bets.
I'm betting on.
THIRDEYE
I'm betting on
one game.
MEZEXIS.
Show it.
Let's find out. Let's see.
Oh,
Koi!
Whoa.
You know what? I was gonna say Koi as a meme for heels, but Koi, MVP of the day.
Dang!
How dare we doubt Nova? How dare we? Master of healing, the healing master, the holy angel himself, dude. Look at that. Oh, healing from the back.
Look at that strong
Getting it
pose
done
too.
for his squad. Yep, big old fist right there, dude. And that's because he's put in that adrenaline syringe. You know what I'm saying? Making sure that he's always fully max energy, ready to go. Dang. Hashtag Nova Strong in the chats, guys. Go ahead and make sure you show some big love for Nova. And every time you're going ahead and you go ahead and talk about it on the socials on Twitter, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL as well, guys. Please.
That's crazy, bro. I just looked up how many Elam scoops ended up with for today.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes sense when Knights didn't perform the way Knights perform, right?
That's
he only
true.
ended up with 7.
Ooh.
I mean, 10. Yo, okay. This is how much Coops with that 22 performance and 17 performance kind of race it,
As
right?
I said, only 7.
Like 10 Illims a day is still pretty good considering they play 5 matches. You're averaging what, 2 Illims per match?
Yeah.
Am I wrong to think that's a pretty good stat?
That's not bad. I mean, that's not a bad way to go about because you're getting, I mean, that's a positive KD ratio, right?
True.
Damn right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would be happy getting at least 2 a match, but with what he did that last week, it's just like, it's so, oh, yes, that's day. It's so crazy. So crazy to see. But, man, I think 7, I think that one's going to be it right there. We saw Koi get it done. Sandstorm, thank you. Guys, appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all in the next phase. Yep,
right.
That's right. Don't go anywhere. Mark your calendars. We'll see y'all then.
Don't you know you gotta leave one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta meet one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give it just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor.
that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you